The following program is for adult audiences only.
Stuck in a dream like this one. I climbed a mountain and it taught me to breathe. I saw my life be on the top of a tree like this one. We experience death in life. We try to fly, we never let go. It's the only way, it's the only way. Broken hearts can love again. Over they go, 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 over they go. Funny thing about magic, you make one little wish and grab it, but they're still gonna take their half it. Hearts are gonna break so tragic. That's the funny thing about magic. You make one little wish and grab it, but they're still gonna take their half it. Hearts are gonna break so tragic. Shine right now, shimmers in my dirt, shimmers in my dirt. If the gold won't shine right now, shimmers in my dirt, shimmers in my dirt. If the gold won't shine right now, shimmers in my dirt, shimmers in my dirt. Shine right now, shimmers in my dirt, shimmers in my dirt. All of these places I've been, they don't feel like forever. But each step I'm taking, it seems like I'm finding myself. Oh, 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 oh. I've searched for gold and I've uncovered all kinds of treasure, but I'd take it all and I'd give it to somebody else. 'Cause none of that means much. A little love would be enough. Oh, 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 I'm on my way back home. And I know on the other side of the great unknown, there's a place I'm welcome in. There's a place I know I'm called a friend. There's a place that I'm never alone. 'Cause there's a place called home. A place called home. Oh, I've walked for miles and I've traded my time for adventure. Yeah, I've seen the world and I know what it's got to give. Yeah, I've had some fun, but I know where I came from.
It's time for the Mixin and Chillin vlog. Even if they implemented some ridiculous laws, this is something that if somebody truly wants to do this, they can still do it. But it's going to take a lot of effort on the vapors part to actually learn what it takes to make your own stuff.
I wouldn't change anything.
I don't know what the heck happened to the last hour of my life, but it certainly wasn't streamed on YouTube like I thought it was. Restrictive policies block progress towards smoke-free world. Many people incorrectly think that very little nicotine content cigarettes are less carcinogenic than current cigarettes. This risk misperception by people who smoke could reduce motivation to quit under a nicotine reduction policy.
That's a bit of a problem. Someone who specialises in helping people kick the habit is Dr. Colin Mendelsohn. He joins me now.
Look, vaping is a far less harmful alternative to smoking for adult smokers who just can't quit, and that's actually the majority of them.
The road to quitting smoking is paved with candy. Double chocolate clear from TFA. Published in the Vaping Post, we have long-term study. Vaping increases odds of quitting heavy smoking. This is Kenny Thompson, the Vaping Heed. He's got a YouTube channel. He's been on here a lot longer than I have. I'm not going to stop until this is legal and available for everyone. You know, I cover things from all around the globe, but that's because science has no boundaries.
I mean, you know, the FDA and everything would know that vaping is safer than smoking, but they'll have the pressure off the tobacco companies or the states that are on the MSA and all that. It's just a financial thing, and it's, but unfortunately that takes precedence against everything. And
All of the things we went through. You just made my day. Just made my day. You made my day. You made my day.
Grab your juice, grab your vape, it's time to get this party started.
It's time for the Mixin and Chillin vlog.
Long-term study.
vaping is safer than smoking.
Smoke-free world. Hello and welcome, everyone. Another episode of Mixin and Chillin with Hunky Vape and Kenny, the Vaping Heed.
He always does that, you know. I'm sitting there doing something going, oh, we're live. Hello. Like, oh, right.
You know, it takes a while. You eventually get used to the routine.
Nope,
So I use the same bumper.
Full of surprises.
You're always full of surprises. I get involved. I get into the bumper. You know what I mean? I'm jingling along with "You Can Make My Day," and all of a sudden you're like, "Oh shit, we're live, right?"
Maybe that's the problem. Maybe the bumper's too entertaining.
Possibly. Whoa, hell. Can I just point out we have Savage Simon 62, another UK reviewer in the house. Hello, Simon. Hope you're very well, sir.
Hello and welcome. Glad to have you here.
Hey.
And I happened to catch on there. It's Billy Lee Rice's birthday.
Oh, happy returns. Very many happy returns.
Happy
Billy
birthday
Rice.
to you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Come on. What we got? Fireworks? Anything? Come on.
Yeah. I gotta push the buttons. I'm a total loss of everything. Here's the fireworks.
There you go. For those of you who don't know, Alex has been revamping his studio, and he's kind of had everything apart and put everything back together, and he's praying to God that everything still works.
Yeah, because there's a lot of stuff that I know isn't going to work. I've got so much stuff that's all set up, and it's just like...
He's been a very
the fact that we're
busy
streaming
chappy.
today is actually a major accomplishment.
There you go. The miracles do happen.
Yeah, because, I'm like, oh, awesome. I got this desk. I had to, rearrange, shimmy the old desk around, put the new desk and build it in place. And that's awesome. But unfortunately, I didn't spend enough time marking the USB cables going into the computer, because it's such a pain in the wazoo when you've got, multiple webcams like I do, and you're limited to 2 per controller card. Otherwise, they don't work. And then even then, you only get so much because the bandwidth exceeds them. It's too complicated. I'm not going to explain it to you. It's just the fact that we're streaming today and everything seems to be working for the most part. I'm quite satisfied with it. And that's why when I posted today, I'm like, we're just going to wing it.
Yeah. Well,
we've been both running flat out.
We always do. Wing it, man. Don't tell anybody. We always do. Every time before we come on now, say, right, what's the plan of the day? Let's say, we'll just wing it. Just go with the flow.
Yeah. Normally I do a bunch of research and have a bunch of news lined up and stuff, but I'm like, you know what? Today we're going to actually do the research live and see if there's any news worth actually reporting.
Yeah.
But I did catch on to a bunch of stuff this morning when I got onto Twitter. The first thing I do every morning and the last thing I do every day is get on Twitter and, throw a little advocacy out there and, support the other advocates that are out there rebutting things and whatnot. I already came up. The first thing that caught my attention. Did you see Twitter's got a new logo?
It's supposed to be called X or something, isn't it? Or was that...
it's just an X.
Yeah, that's what they're going to call it now.
You would think when you were looking at the logo, I'm like, is this a porn site I'm going to? What? Huh? And I'm not the only one. We'll take a look. There was an actual article written about this, about how everybody's up in arms over Twitter's new logo.
It was on our national news how they could change the name to X and that because they think Mr. Musk is losing the plot. He's trying to get rid of it again, apparently.
Really?
Yeah. Supposed to be trying to sell it. I think he's just realised when he's bored, he's bitten off medic and chew and thought, shite with this.
Maybe he realized that, as much as he would love to make this an open speech platform for everybody to talk on, national security protocol overrides his desire to do anything with a publicly traded company.
Exactly.
Pam Spraggins, hello and welcome.
So I'm saying,
actually, I think you were here earlier.
It's alright having freedom of speech, but you can only have so much freedom of speech, can't you? That's the problem.
And that is one thing that we're going to talk about today, because the Advocate's Voice published another episode, and quite frankly, they only have 80 or 100 subs. So I want to draw your attention to them because Nancy Lucas busts her butt every month to put out a fantastic video that, just tells you what's going on. And granted, it's mainly aimed for the Asia Pacific region, but advocacy is advocacy. And quite honestly, you can't isolate yourself to just, we're in America or we're in Canada or we're in UK or we're in Sweden. This is a global effort that's taking place right now to bash vaping.
Mm-hmm.
Kenny says it's population control.
Yeah. Smoking is. It's population control.
I think it's
Man-made
greed.
disease. Man-made diseases are population control. And greed, because they're making money out of killing you. So everyone's a winner.
Yeah. They're making money out of killing you. Then they're making money out of treating the illness that you have, not to cure it, just to make you able to continue to live with it while they milk your financial assets completely dry.
Yeah.
So unless you're a multimillionaire or billionaire who can just, have your own private, physician and cure you of whatever ails you, well, those of us that are out there that don't have those kind of means and resources, we're stuck taking their pharmaceutical pills for the rest of our lives, which, by the way, causes more diseases than if we would have just suffered with the original one.
Basically, they're just going to that old saying, isn't it? You come in the world with nothing, and by God, we're going to make sure you go out the world with nothing.
Meanwhile, the elitist class keeps sucking up more and more financial resources. I mean, somebody who is a VAEP, the Advocacy and Education Project for Vapors out of Canada, posted a bunch of stuff on Facebook, and the one thing that she was talking about was about how, we'll get to that later. I've got so much other stuff to go on. I've got Vape Mail for you guys today. We've got our adult beverage review. Kenny, you already have yours, I see.
No, this is for the sore throat. The proper beverage is down there. This is just something to grab for the chesty cough.
I thought about that today. I thought about grabbing the Baileys and just saying, that's for my sore throat.
Medicinal purposes, what can I say?
Yeah, that's always been the solution.
Well, if you're going to go, you may as well go happy. That's the way I look at it.
And that's what I've come to realize. It's not about trying to achieve your goal and win the international battle for the sake of vapors, right? If you aren't having fun while you're doing this, you're going to lose momentum and you're not going to be able to keep up the good fight. So the focus is to have fun, do something that, we get to create this vape family and interact with each other and support each other in our endeavors. But I'm all about having the fun stuff.
Well, it is.
It's trying to achieve that life balance.
Yeah, the big rat race.
Yeah, because that's exactly what it turns into. If you let one dominate over all the others, it just becomes a rat race.
That's a fucking story of the world, isn't it? Everybody's out to make money and they don't fucking care how they do it, Full steam ahead.
Yeah, and there's people that's all they worry about is how much money can they make. You can't take it with you to the grave. What's the point?
Who says capitalism's dead? Live and kicking.
No. Capitalism is definitely alive. And the more you ban something, the more somebody's going to step up to the plate to offer people what they want.
I mean, look like all this fucking shit that's going on with the climate. All the billions the oil companies have made and all the billions the other companies have made through polluting the planet and think, we'll be fine. Look at the fucking weather now. Down the south of UK, the record temperatures that's never been seen in the Mediterranean and Italy and all that. Up here, we're bloody wet and windy. Up here, you know what I mean? It's like everybody's getting heat waves and unseasonal temperatures, and they're saying, "Oh no, it's fine, we're fine." Aye, right on.
No, there's definitely something going on because we've never had thunderstorms where you literally have 60, 70 mile per hour winds. Here in Pennsylvania, Western Pennsylvania, in the valleys and the hills.
Until recently, the
ridiculous.
last UK record until recently was the summer of 1966. That was the very last time in the UK we had like what you would call a heat wave, when we hit temperatures of 30 degrees centigrade, whatever it was. Now that's getting a more regular occurrence every year. We might have a week of it and then piss down with rain for the rest of it, but you know what I mean?
40 degrees is what they're having out west. And I'm not like talking in the middle of the desert. I'm talking like California and Arizona and stuff like that. Regular 40-degree temperatures every single day.
Look at Italy. Italy, it's not a dry, arid country. 45 degrees they've been hitting.
Yeah.
What the hell? You know what I mean?
That's 100 degrees for us in the States.
Yeah.
For those of you not familiar with the metric system.
Fahrenheit, yeah. But yeah, it's crazy. Weather's going fucking nuts, and they're saying it's not climate change. I beg to differ.
Listen, I know, but we've got this phenomenon. They have the El Nino and El Nina, and these are seasonably warm and seasonably cool waves of temperatures, right? And you get a wave that comes through, and it lasts, a year and a half, 2 years, or whatever, and then it goes the opposite direction. But now you've got some major weather changes that are just befuddling weathermen because they can't understand how it's turning out the way it is. I was growing up as a kid, you used to have evening summer thunderstorms that would just pop up. You get a little thunderstorm, a little bit of rain shower, maybe some lightning, and gone.
Yeah.
Now they've had these little thunderstorms that pop up, and they're popping up like in Ohio, in the flatlands and the farmlands of Ohio. They pop up over there, and they'll go the whole way to New York. That never happened when I was a kid.
Even the jet stream is all out of sync. Normally the jet stream sits north of us. It's south of us. And that's what's pulling in all the crap off the Atlantic, because the jet stream is actually south of the UK. Normally it's north. You know what I mean? And they reckon that's gone in like that. It's all over the jet stream. So something's going on if the jet stream's having a wobbler. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And there's variations in that. I mean, when Alberta Clipper was the big thing that we heard when we were growing up as kids to explain, the latest thunderstorm or even snowstorm that we had. You get an Alberta Clipper where it drops the cold temperatures down, and then that little tail that just swings and slides across the country. And you get a, high pressure, low pressure front, and cold weather and hot weather, and it's all explainable and it's all reasonable, and it's been doing that for decades.
Yeah.
And now all of a sudden,
the jet streams one of the major things that influences our weather, and then obviously when that goes out of balance, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and it's like these weathermen that have been doing this their entire life are just confused and befuddled. They have no idea what to say or what's going to happen because they've never seen anything like this before.
True enough. Even like to say the modules and stuff that do all the predictions and all that, even they're scratching their heads thinking, what the hell is happening here?
I have to laugh because most of the time, like for the Hurricane Prediction Center, the European model is always more accurate than the American one.
I mean,
it's just computer models.
Yeah, that's what it is. Computer models. That's what I'm saying. They're looking at them, looking at our weather systems and thinking, what the earth is happening here? They're like, hang on a minute, why is the jet stream down there? It should be up there this time of the year. Why is it down there? You know what I mean? What the hell?
Yeah, I don't understand that.
Because like if I don't know if you've ever seen our weather maps on the UK, but right where the jet stream is south, everything below the jet stream is where all the heat wave is, because that's obviously pulling all the heat up from Africa and all that shit. And everything above it is cold because we're pulling all the low pressure in off the Atlantic and all that crap. So it's nuts.
Speaking of which, see if my buttons actually work.
Hey, it did.
Yeah. Let's take a look and see what the weather actually is, since we seem to be talking about it quite a bit.
We're crap at the minute. I mean, look at that.
I need to get outside and cut the grass. I spent the last week, rearranging the studio, tearing it down and moving stuff around and trying to build it back up. I did cut the grass last week, and now it looks like a little jungle out there.
Even my humidity's higher. Well, I'm not surprised because we're freaking soaking wet and damp. That's why.
Listen, when I was growing up as a kid, King Arthur's Court was like my biggest, thing that I loved watching, right? And you guys have never had dry temperatures. It's always been cold and wet.
Yeah.
Sherlock Holmes was nothing but fog and London fog and rain and cold.
Oh, yeah. Definitely. Weather's changed so much over the years. I mean, we used to get snow in the winter, like November, December, January. Last year we had snow in March. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
So the seasons to me are like shifting all over the shop as well. You know what I mean?
I grew up in Cleveland, so we've had snow. I mean, for you to actually have a snow day at school, you had to have had like 3 feet of snow overnight. Nowadays, it's like, out in Arizona, if you get, an inch of snow, I think it's a school day. What? This last winter, I think we had a total of like 6 inches of snow for the whole winter.
That's what I'm saying, because the climate's getting warmer, we're getting less snow. I mean, the UK, we used to have snow. We used to have cold, frosty mornings, frost, black ice on roads. It's all wet now. Wet. Water, rain.
Yeah.
Something's not right. It's all fucked up.
Yep.
Well,
I had to laugh. That was the one thing, to be honest with you, that was the one thing that got me interested in Robert Kennedy in the first place, was because he's been an environmental warrior, right? And most of us, take the tree huggers and say, okay, you know what? You want to be a tree hugger? You go be a tree hugger. As long as it doesn't impact my life, I'm happy with it. But as time goes on, you come to realize this stuff does have a lasting impact. And maybe we got to have a better planet for our children than what we got. Not something that's obviously worse, demonstrably worse.
The younger generation blame the older generation. We were recycling 40, 50 years ago, man. Before all this shit come along, we were all recycling.
And the thing is, when we were growing up, like your refrigerator, you went up and bought a refrigerator, that outlasted you and your grandchildren. Yeah, now we go out, we bought a brand new fridge. It's supposed to be more energy efficient. Oh, this is so much better for you. I've fixed the thing 6 times already, and the drain that's on the thing for the freezer keeps clogging up. It's just a bad design.
Wow. Yeah.
Yeah. I've wasted more time working on that damn thing than we did the last refrigerator that was here when I bought the house.
See, we don't know a bit. Your milk bottles were in a milk bottle. Once you finish your bottle, you pour it out the next day. The milk would took you empty away, filled it with a new one. Recycled glass.
And that's the other thing. Coke. When we were buying Coke as children, they came in a glass bottle, bottles. Not plastic.
In a bottle. Yeah, in a bottle.
And you took it back to the store to get your refund because you had to pay 5 cents when you bought the thing to make sure you brought it back.
Mm-hmm.
So, now with plastic, everything's made out of plastic.
Plastic's the killer. Plastic is the big, big killer. So not so much the plastic, it's the microplastics, the small plastic that you can't see, that's swimming about in the sea and polluting all the seas and all that. It's the microplastics that's causing all the bother.
Yep. And when they break down, the fish eat it, and then we eat the fish that have it all throughout their entire gut. Yeah.
People don't realize our waste ends back up in the food chain. So think about it.
Not only does it end up in the food chain, but we're taking and dumping chemicals as fertilizer, and then we're eating those things.
Yep. Told you.
Not even get into the whole conversation about Monsanto and they're spraying those phosphates onto all the crops out there and how we've been eating it and people are getting non-Hodgkin's lymphoma because of it. We could have a whole show about just environmental crap.
It's all population control. It's all the big plan.
I don't know. Somebody asked us, what was it, 2 episodes ago about, how do we how do we deal with the fact that, you know, sometimes we look like flat earthers, accusing these big multinational body part organizations of straight up lying? And how do we avoid that whole thing? That's not real. Well, I hate to tell you, but the more that I've done this research and the more I've done this advocacy, you come to find out this is just a drop in the bucket of all the bullshit that we've been shoved in our faces our entire lives.
Of course it is. The program you from being a child, the program you through your education system, everything, you're programmed. That's the way it is. You're brought up programmed the way they want you to think. And if you think differently the way they think, then you're an outcast and then you're a problem.
Listen, when Campaign for Tobacco-Free Kids was sitting there pushing their agenda about, oh, look at these teens that we have, you know, we brought them to Washington, D.C., and they went and spoke to the congressional members and the members of the House of Representatives to get them to understand that we have this teen vaping epidemic and they need to do the right thing to ban this so that, you know, their fellow classmates don't get addicted. You know what it reminded me of when I saw there as poster child? Hitler and the Nazi youth.
Pretty much, yeah.
They indoctrinate these little kids, and you know they go around there marching them about, and little poster children.
Propaganda. That's the word. Propaganda.
It's all around us, mate. It's all around us.
The world we live in. The world we live in, mate. The world we live in.
All right, it's time for a flavor explosion because this coffee is not going to cut it for me.
You need something a bit better, don't you?
I need something a little bit better and a little bit stronger because we're going to jump out there and we're going to take a look at the news and we're going to show you what's going on around you, and you'll be surprised at how big it's gotten and how bad it's gotten and why all of my videos are now age gated. Thank you to YouTube and Google, because we're pushing tobacco products.
Owen, let's go.
And for today, I have some, this microphone.
Oh my God.
Red's Wicked Black Cherry. 8% alcohol by volume.
Holy moly. That looks interesting. Well, at the minute, I'm finishing off last night's bottle of Prosecco. This is the one I've been having for medicinal purposes for my throat. You see, just got cold, right?
Likely excuse.
But for this evening, I went out and bought some Scrumpy Jack cider. It's tried and tested, absolutely gorgeous, this stuff. It is 6% volume for a 500 ml can. And yeah, it's just cider. And I'm getting very partial to cider in the summer months. Why, I don't know. Maybe because it's refreshing. But yeah, that's what I'm on very soon. Scrumpy Jack. Yeah.
Cheers to your health. No fancy glass for me.
Yeah. Did you like it? Dude, it looks very feminine, doesn't it?
Holy shit, that's good.
What was it? Was that by judging by the color of the can? Is it like a blackberry flavor, like a black currant or a black
cherry?
Black cherry, yeah.
And it's not like overly flavored like a bunch of the other stuff that we've had in the past. It's not like that. What the heck was that brand name? Steel Valley or Steel Reserve? That Steel Reserve legit tasted like soda.
Oh, that's not one you didn't like. What was it the other week? You said it was violet, wasn't it?
Well, listen, I love the orange one because, Sunkissed Orange has been a treat of mine for a long time. And I've loved having that. But, drinking an alcoholic beverage, it's gotten to the point now where it legit tastes like a soda. If you want to sit there and argue about, kids and how bad, these things are and we should lead an example and tell our kids what to do and what not to do, well, your alcoholic beverages are 10 times more attractive to kids than anything in the vaping sphere. I don't care if you're talking about, SpongeBob vape. This is something that more kids are going to pick up, and I guarantee it.
Sorry to bring this to your attention, but my social Steam dashboard is blank. Try refreshing it.
Oh, well, that might be because...
There you go. That's it. We're back.
I had clicked on a link and didn't tell it to keep sending it.
Sorry. Well, there you go.
Well, let's go take a look at chat. What else did we miss while we were sitting there yapping away?
Yeah, we've got a Scott Merriman, the new face, I believe. So welcome, Scott.
Scott's been here before.
Has he? Oh, see what I mean?
It's been a while, though.
Much attention.
I think it's been a while. But you know what? We don't pay attention to chat like we should. We're a bunch of bad hosts.
We're absolutely terrible, aren't we? You guys are what
that's what I'm going to do. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to create a tool where they can type a command in the chat and give a good crack of the whip for us. Dusty Country Road says he's vaping Zenergy from Flavor Labs. And Phoenix Rising from All the Flavors. And both of them are excellent.
Yeah. We have Craig D in chat. We have, like I said, Savage Simon 62 was in chat. Billy Lee.
We missed a bunch of people.
Birthday. We missed loads. We do apologize, boys and girls. Look,
Scott Merriman and Neil Pitts.
You see, hang on, he's got a printer and he still ignores you.
Listen, at least the printer was there so I could reach over and grab it and go, oh, they were here. 6 hours later, we come back and go, hey, man, thanks for coming by. Meanwhile, they were gone like 4 hours ago.
Yeah.
You know how we are with our streams. Are we going to outdo Thanksgiving? Are we going to outdo Thanksgiving from last year? What did we do, 6 hours last year?
Yeah.
For our Thanksgiving stream?
But the ironic thing is, it didn't feel like 6 hours. That was the thing.
Might have to do with the keg that you had. Boys and girls, he has a keg installed in the desk. You know where you're supposed to put your computer? Yeah, he's converted that and put a keg in there, and he just has a tap right on the desk. He just refills his glass.
Don't let me secret out. God.
Billy Lee Rice says, I have 8 setups to go, but my favorites today are my Aromomizer Plus V3, Great Flavor, and Clouds.
Actually, I've got 2 kegs. One for in and one for out.
Listen, we're gonna have to be like Twitter and change our logo and make it XXX. You keep talking about in and out like that. Dusty Country Road has 3 setups, 2 Arbiter 2s, and a Geek Vape Solo. All very nice. And Arbiter 2 is still his jam.
I can't remember who mentioned it to us last week, but I did take his or her advice, and I went out and got myself a Wasp Nano Pro RDA, and I am well impressed. I'm asking myself, why did I not get one of these sooner? and I've got it sitting on the old what's this again? The Tesla, the Invader. I think this is the Invader 4. It's sitting on there. And before I went live on the stream, I was like, obviously with having a bit of a bad chest, I'm like, too hot, too hot. So I'm kind of getting it down to a vapable temperature, and it's absolutely banging.
I've still got the same as last week. Remember that Vape Fly, Brunhilde, that we did? The only thing that's annoying about this, the stock coils are fantastic flavor-wise, but it's like 3 or 4 times a day it says coil ohm resistance changed. And this Lost Vape has never done that to me before. So there's something with these coils that the resistance is different throughout the day.
The beauty about this little thing here, I don't know if you can see, it's black, you can't see, but you see here you've got your 3 airflow slots. That's standard. You've got this ring that goes on the top where you can change your airflow configuration on it. You can have 3 slots, you can have like a honeycomb thing. I mean, you can't see it's black, but there's loads of, so you can either take that off and just have the 3 slots wide open, or you can put that on and just, you can dial it into how you want it. So it's absolutely brilliant. For a single coil, I can understand why people use it to flavor test, because the flavor's banging off it. Absolutely banging.
I'm gonna have to order me one of them.
In fact, it's not quite there, but it's, you know, I mean, Valhalla Mini, it's getting a run for its money.
Against the Valhalla.
It's really good. Because it's a single coil and it's everything so small and concentrated, the flavor of it's absolutely brilliant. And it is quite an airy little RDA as well when you open it right up. It's quite airy.
All right, what else did we miss in chat before we move on there? Let's see here.
Wow.
Pam Spraggan says that Elon can call it whatever he wants, but everybody still is going to call it Twitter.
Pretty much.
Scott Merriman says the weather is cyclical, always changing. And a lot of it is from the sun activity. Yeah, there was a lot of solar flares, solar storms that I've seen recently this summer.
Yeah, but on the other side of the coin, we've absolutely ruined our ozone layer, you know what I mean? The ozone layer is on its last legs. So obviously we're going to get more solar shit coming through it, aren't we?
GSM Grand Solar Minimum, that's what's coming. Check out John L. Casey in Valentia Zarkova, Adapt 2030. If you want to know more, and stock up now. The sad part about recycling is that the majority of it still goes straight to the landfill anyway.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, did you know that we cannot recycle our refrigerators? They're just taken away and pile them up because of the gas in them. They can't do nothing with them. Can't tear them apart or nothing because is it argon gas or something that's in the refrigerators? If they let all that out, it's supposed to be pretty bad.
Well, they can sit there and capture it. They have the tubes that they use to fill it. You can put a collar over top of that, and you can have the thing cut it in
programs. When you get rid of a refrigerator, it doesn't get broken down and goes to a stockpile. And they were sending a lot of them abroad to some of these poorer nations. And there's loads of stuff like the likes of Asia, like some of the Korean countries, some of the Chinese countries. There's fucking mountains of refrigerators or fridge, whatever you want to call them, all over the world. Just mountains.
But they can recycle that Freon that's in there.
Not the older ones. I think it was the older
sure they can.
refrigeration units.
Yeah, they can recycle the old Freon. Matter of fact, a lot of the refrigerators and appliances that still need servicing, that's the Freon that they're using. They're using recaptured Freon here in the States to charge and maintenance these things.
You look it up. There are mountains of fridges, stockpiles of them, all over the world.
Oh, I believe it.
Mountains of them.
Because people take the cheapest and easiest way out.
You know, when you get an old refrigerator, here in the UK, an old refrigerator is one of the hardest things to get rid of. Scrap men don't take them because of the gas in them. And the council, the regulation behind the crap that they've got to take these things away is unbelievable. They're the hardest thing to get rid of when its lifetime's gone.
But it's actually so easy to do it because air conditioning systems use the same technology, right? When your air conditioner goes bad, the serviceman comes out, taps the line that has the Freon in it, uses a vacuum to capture all of the Freon that's in there, and that bottle, when it's full, goes off to the factory to get reprocessed into new Freon.
Well, Steve, I get it. There probably is a way of doing it, but is there a cost to it or whatever? Because
the technology is there to do it. The only reason that they aren't doing it is because that type of Freon has been banned.
Mm-hmm.
So what's the point in capturing it if there's no potential use for it?
If it's released in the atmosphere, it's damaging. So a lot of people just don't want to fucking touch it. Period. You know what I mean? I ain't getting that. No, I ain't touching that. You know what I mean?
So essentially, it's the same as nuclear waste.
Yeah, there are mountains and mountains of fridge freezers in a pile, rotting away all over the planet.
Kind of like the Volkswagens that failed the diesel EPA inspections that are sitting out in the desert. Brand new.
Honestly, look it up. I'm not bullshitting you. I've watched documentaries and everything on it. And it's jaw-dropping. You're like, Unbelievable.
Scott Merriman says he's been using the Blaze Solo, the Steam Crave Mason, and the Berserker 3, and a Dead Rabbit mouth to lung.
Ooh, I've got the Blaze, but mine's the Dual. I've never had the Blaze Solo. I have to say, I'm not really a single coil user as such. I'm more of a Dual. I've got some single coil tanks now, but I very rarely use them.
I'm not really a single coiler either, but to be honest with you, when I got myself the, what the heck was it? Vaping and Cider released one. You know, with the glass top?
Oh, God, that's the,
Mongrel. Brain
Mongrel,
fart.
that's it. It's a Mongrel.
The Mongrel is a single coiler, and it is as good as any dual coiler that's out there.
Yeah. Flame up, it's fantastic. I've got them myself.
I can't, first off, obviously, a rebuildable is going to be way better than any stock coil one that's out there for the long run. Yeah, for the short run, you might get better flavor and it might be wonderful, but what are you going to do when they stop making the coils for it?
I think at the end of the day that you do get a bit more flavor out of a single coil, but for me, it's the heat. Sometimes I can't get them warm enough because I like a warmish vape. Sometimes I just can't. I mean, I put this is a 0.35 ohm coil that's in this, which came with it. And I put it on my mech, I put it on my heavy hitter. Nice and smooth, but it just didn't have that heat for us, it being a 0.35. But when I put it on this and I've turned it up a bit, I'm getting the bit heat. That's why I'm
kind of surprised how much my tastes and preferences have changed over the years.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, I've only been doing this now for 3, coming on 4 years now. And like these disposables, first off, it was like the nemesis. I didn't want to have anything to do with them. And then I got one because I had to, because, the battery died. We were out camping and we're on the way home. I'm like, I just need something that's going to last until I get home. Stopped at the gas station, bought a disposable and was like, okay, this works. And I'm like, oh, this is cool. This is the cool vape. I can never get a warm vape out of disposable. It's just, you know what? I don't care anymore. Whether it's warm or cold, I've had my ideal vape a couple times. And like, where the heck is it? The one that you talked me into. Ooh, I might have to move him. Yeah, the Kylan V3. I'm impressed with the Kylan V3, and it's just like, oh well, that's just a fantastic thing, but
I mean, you can get us wrong. I mean, I get a more enjoyable vape out of a dual coil setup. I mean, that's the way it is. I always have been. But I think when I first started, I was more of a cloud chaser. You know what I mean? I wasn't bothered about flavor. I was just, clouds, oh, this is great, clouds. But as you evolve and you get used to it, I'm not vaping it. I mean, I used to regularly vape at 130 watts, easy, no problem, just for the vape, just for the clouds. Now, I can get down, I can vape something 30, 40 watts now because I'm kind of embracing the flavors more. rather than the clouds. I'm more a flavor guy now, and the clouds are just a bonus, or they're just, you know.
That's why I got into doing my DIY, because I was a flavor chaser. And I got sick of buying commercial juice, and it was, this is all right. That one's okay. You know, for the longest time, I had my grape that I did, and now I don't want to have anything to do with grape. Matter of fact, I was cleaning the desk off and, moving stuff around here, and I took a toot on the one, Freemax one, the one that lights up that you hate. And I'm like, oh, that's grape. Going to wash it out. Don't want to have anything to do with grape anymore. And I used to love grape. I got like 8 different kinds of grape flavoring because I wanted to make the perfect grape vape. And now it's like, don't care for grape.
Welcome, Tim B. Glad to have you aboard, sir.
Yes, sir. Welcome to have you here.
Yeah,
it's amazing how things change over time, and your perspective and your priorities change over time.
I think it changes with your progression, with your journey. You know yourself, when you're first quitting, you're probably on a higher nicotine strength and all that kind of stuff. And then as you gradually drop down to a nice leveled out nicotine strength where you're comfortable with, then the flavors come into it more. There's not so much of the high nick and you do adapt eventually, and then you just find your little spot and you kind of stick with it.
Yeah. That's a part of it. I need to move Stanton over. My apologies.
I'll sit there. I'm a 3 milligram regular all day, but I could quite happily vape a 20 milligram disposable for a short amount of time. But wouldn't, just purely for the flavor. You know what I mean?
I've gotten to the point now where it doesn't matter what the concentration is. I've got 0 milligram in some of the things. I've got 3. I've got 6, and then like these disposables are 50. Doesn't faze me one bit.
I could never go zero.
No, I've gone to 0 before, and it was cool until you get to a situation where you need your coping mechanism.
Yeah.
Or you're going to light up a cigarette.
3 is the lowest I can go to keep me on a level par.
So I don't care what the World Health Organization wants to do, but you're never going to totally eliminate it because people have incorporated this into their life. It's not about the addiction. It's a coping mechanism for stress. And it's underappreciated, mental health, how important that is to people's livelihood. Not just, making the living, but thriving in life.
You've kind of hit the nail on the head. Whatever, your demon is, whatever it is, whether it be alcohol, smoking, vaping, whatever, it is a way of coping with the shit that life throws at you, and de-stressing out. That's... everybody's got some way of de-stressing out, having some kind of coping mechanism in place. Otherwise, you would just go fucking do lally, you know what I mean?
Matter of fact, I came across Grim Green did a YouTube video based upon something that he caught as a medical condition where there was this child that was having these medical problems, and they diagnosed him as having a nicotine deficiency. All of us have nicotinic receptors in our body, right? And they decided, to test this girl, and they found out that was the cause of the problem. She had a nicotine deficiency because she's got some dysregulation with these receptors in her body. We all have these receptors in our body. And once you start consuming nicotine on a regular basis, the number of them grows and increases, and that's what they say causes addiction. But everybody has them because it's in the food that we eat, and we need to consume a certain portion of it. Long story short, the doctor prescribed her nicotine patches, and guess what? When she got these patches, not only did her problems go away that she went to the doctor for in the first place, but she had improved memory and cognitive performance, and she slept better because she takes the patch off at night when she goes to sleep. It's a fantastic video, very interesting. I've never heard of anybody that was diagnosed with a nicotine deficiency before. We talk about cognitive improvement by consuming nicotine at our age to, postpone Alzheimer's or for people with Parkinson's. And there's so many different benefits to using nicotine, but I've never seen anybody before that absolutely needed a nicotine supplement.
It's like nicotine itself on its own Just like you get your caffeine in your coffees, it's you know, it's that kind of drug. But it's the way we consume nicotine that's the problem. Obviously, through heated burning tobacco, that's the problem. Is how you consume it. You know what I mean? Like I said, it's in your food. We vape it because we're ex-smokers, but smoking's the biggest bad habit for consuming. You know, it's how you consume the nicotine, I suppose. Like you say, like a young girl who's not getting enough nicotine, you're like, wow, what the fuck?
Yep.
I think without it, you know what? Without the nicotine, have you ever seen the film Falling Down? Michael Douglas.
No.
Watch that. You'll have one of them moments. That was brilliant.
What's this thing called?
It's called Fallen Down. It's a film starring Michael Douglas. To cut a long story short, he's just a typical American going to work every day, and in his car he's sitting in a traffic jam, and all of a sudden something just snaps, and he just goes on a fucking rampage. It's fucking brilliant. The McDonald's scene is amazing. It's so funny. He guns in.
Vaping Bic, hello and welcome to the stream.
Hello, Vaping Bic. Yeah, he goes into a McDonald's and there's one of them. And they give him this little shitty burger. He went, no, I want one of them. That's on the picture. Fucking brilliant, man. Honestly, it's an old film. I think it was out around about the 80s. But it's a brilliant film. It stars Michael Douglas, called Fallen Down. He just flips.
I just did the search for it right there.
Brilliant film. Absolutely brilliant. He's just an average guy who just snaps. And he goes on around. He gets gangsters. He just takes these people on. It's brilliant. There he is. It's class, man.
We'll have to take a look at that one.
It's a brilliant. Honestly, you'll thoroughly enjoy that.
Have you ever seen Office Space?
No, I've never seen that one, but
that's kind of along the same lines.
There's the McDonald's scene. It's class. It's brilliant. That. He wants breakfast. He says it's only fucking 11:30, and I'm like, oh, it's brilliant, absolutely brilliant.
Billy Madison did the same thing when they go to McDonald's and they want to get the breakfast pancakes or whatever, and he gets there and it's like 10:30 and they're like, we don't serve breakfast anymore.
It's like it's only 10:30 and 30 seconds. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
brilliant. He's a brilliant actor. Him as well. What do you call him? Can't remember his name, but he's a brilliant actor. Him, awesome actor.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, check it out, mate. Fantastic film. Brilliant. Brilliant.
Definitely have to check it out.
Look at this, man. It's brilliant. Absolutely class. Get out. This is just your average American who just goes nuts.
I'm telling you, it has the exact same vibes as Office Space. When they sit there and they're like the fax machine, keeps saying there's error, it's jammed. Well, they eventually get to the point where they take the copy machine, the fax machine outside, and they beat it up with a baseball bat and smash it to bits.
The name's just come. It's Robert Duvall. That's him. Brilliant actor. He's the copper. Robert Duvall. That's him. Brilliant film. He goes fucking crazy, man.
We'll have to check it out.
Just snaps. It's brilliant film.
And once again, some things never change. Since I quit smoking, 24,149,523 people have died from cigarette combustion, while 0 have died from nicotine vaping.
The numbers speak for themselves.
Yeah.
Yeah, Vaping Big. Yeah, you are a vape reviewer from the Netherlands popping in to say hi, Cloud Hees. You're more than welcome.
Welcome to the stream. Glad to have you here, sir. I'll have to check out your channel after the stream today.
Yeah. I think I say any of you guys who do have any kind of review channels or your YouTubers, give us a shout. We'll check you out. We'll give you a shout out. All that kind of stuff.
Definitely. We'll have you on the show. That's what the whole goal of this whole studio revamp is. Be able to bring guests on the show.
Yeah, we're definitely
Steve Vapes has already talked and wanted to come on.
Yeah, we definitely encourage brand new, reviewers or not so new reviewers. We encourage us all to come on, all the YouTubers, your vapors, part of the community.
I'm not like some of the snooty people out there. I'm here to build everybody up because the bigger our community is, the harder it is for people to ignore us.
Exactly. At the end of the day, guys, if you want to be a guest, drop Alex a hint, a link, or a message or whatever, and we'll try our best to get you on. We've got no problem with that at all.
Yep. Glad to have everybody here. The more we have a conversation about these things, the more, likely it is that we're going to be able to come up with something to at least put a dent in this whole war against vaping. But this was a tweet that I put out there in my reply because, somebody was crying the blues about something. And I'm like, listen, don't destroy my home and then ask me why I wandered into yours. They want to take away our right to vape, take away our means to never smoke another combustible cigarette again, and then they want us to just quietly wander away. They can go pound salt for all I care.
That is so weird, that post. That is so weird because I have heard pretty much that exact quote this week.
Really?
Yeah. And it wasn't nothing to do with it. It was a documentary about why sharks attack. And basically they were saying that we are going into their fucking world and their boss. And it was, there you go.
Don't destroy my home and then ask why I wandered into yours.
They're saying why they're attacking. There's more people in the fucking water for a start, so that doesn't help. I mean...
Here's one for you. And this is going along the same lines.
Gee whiz, so you sound like me. Anthony, hey, Chris, I haven't had a cigarette for 4 years, but I've been vaping. If the government gets rid of vapes, I'll turn back to the cigarettes. That's my concern with lots of people, Anthony, because the cigarettes are legal and they're sitting in shops that you can buy.
Yeah.
Gee whiz.
It doesn't make any sense to me how Australia's going out and clamping down on vaping and eliminating it all. But meanwhile, cigarettes, they're just left all over the place. And just out of curiosity, last week when I was doing some Twitter searching and stuff, I did a Google search afterwards. Is there any country in the entire planet that has banned combustible smoking? No. Nowhere on the planet is it illegal to smoke a combustible cigarette. Yeah, you can't do it in public. You can't do it here. You can't do it there. But nowhere on the planet has banned cigarettes. Talk about hypocrisy.
I mean, years ago, there was a campaign about passive smoking, about the people who didn't smoke who were inhaling other people's smoking. And that's why all this no smoking in public came. They didn't ban it. They just said no smoking in public places. All your pubs, your bars, your clubs, you can't smoke in there no more. Well, they didn't ban it.
But they want to ban vaping.
But yet they knew it was harming people that didn't smoke who were breathing in their shit. And yet they want to ban vaping. Really?
Well, not only do they want to ban vaping, they want to fucking eliminate it off the face of the planet.
Exactly.
And there's legit a war going on against vaping. Not against combustible cigarettes that actually kill people. We're just taking out the best way to quit smoking. This is how bad it is.
My little theory behind this, right? When they were giving you like stuff to pack in smoking, right? The patches, the gums, the sprayers, they fucking knew that you would not quit on them. They fucking knew it. So to me, it was just another marketing profile, just another way of making money. They knew that you would not give up on them, or very few people would give on them.
And then I had to fucking laugh because when I went to the doctors, they were like, well, it takes like up to 20 times of you trying to quit to become successful. Yeah. Well, no, it only took 2 times for me to quit with vaping.
But what's happened with vaping, you've just hit the nail on the head. You and me both have probably tried umpteen times.
Everything.
Patches, gums, and everything, and failed tons of times, but the first time or second time or maybe third time you tried vaping and it fucking worked.
And then when you go and you tell the doctors about it, listen, vaping worked for me, got me to quit. He's like, no, that's the fact that you already tried 18 times to try and quit. This was the 20th time. This is why it worked. Go fuck yourself. That has nothing to do with it. Right. Because if I would have tried any one of the things I've already tried half a dozen times, each of them, sometimes multiple things at the same time, I'd still be smoking.
I can prove that by a couple of friends I've had who were adamant smokers. They never tried the patches, never tried anything like that. They went straight onto disposables and had quit cigarettes in a week on disposables.
Being an advocate on Twitter, I can't tell you how many people I've come across that they accidentally quit. They went somewhere where, you know what, you're not allowed to smoke, and they were going to be there for a while. So they're like, well, okay, I'll get a little disposable, you know, just to tie me over until I can go smoke again. Yeah. And after they got the disposable, they never bought another cigarette again because they enjoyed this way more than they enjoyed smoking.
Because it works.
That's exactly what it boils down to.
And what's happened is the tobacco companies and the fucking pharmaceutical companies have shit a brick because they didn't realize how successful vaping would be. That's the problem.
And if you look at this production, we're going to watch this video here. I want to watch it, and I want you to give me your opinion on it, because you can tell that this is backed by big money, and I guarantee you it's probably big pharma that's pushing this agenda over there. Watch this.
Nicotine. That's what all of this is about. For decades, we got our nicotine from cigarettes. What if instead we got our nicotine
Keeping healing
from vaping?
Vaping has got a lot less risk compared to smoking.
This is about a business that sells addiction.
Can I have a try? That looks cool.
It's just taking over with teenagers.
There's more Shosha vape shops than KFC. It's a giant global experiment.
People volunteer to try out something new, and then in 20 years, we find out what the long-term effects were.
This was the #1 reason I don't smoke anymore.
My mum actually died from lung cancer.
I just can't stop now.
The tobacco industry is evil.
Feed me, feed me, feed me, feed me.
We should not allow a new generation to become addicted to nicotine. That's just nuts.
Patrick Gower on Vaping, August 1 on 3 and 3 Now.
Nicotine.
A big production that acknowledges the fact that this helps smokers quit, but we still need to do away with it because we don't want a new generation addicted to nicotine.
So you just want to people carry on smoking and dying from nicotine? Really?
Billy Lee Rice says, mouth to lung doesn't satisfy me. The only mouth to lung that she uses is when she's stealth vaping somewhere, and she's not allowed to use her direct to lung stuff. I'm the same way. This disposable, I can get through a whole day with it, but at the end of the day, I need my cloud chucking tank. And my wife is the same way. She uses her MaxPod Freemax from Freemax at work, but when she gets home, on her end table and on the bed headboard is a big cloud chucking tank. She's got the Arbiter 2 on her headboard. And at the end of the day, and I can't tell you how many times we go somewhere and she's so accustomed to just taking her little MaxPod with her. We're out somewhere, like we went to the baseball game. She's like, hand me your vape. I need a real vape. Mouth to lung just isn't enough for a lot of people out there.
I think with mouth to lung, you kind of got it isn't, but it is, because there are a lot of people who use an MTL with a high nic concentration as the kind of the wake up morning fag, if you will. So yeah. I think it's got it has got a place, obviously, but I think that's what they're basically designed for, right? The big high nic hit, I think that's the point behind them, you know what I mean?
And the fact is, people will self-titrate to the nicotine that they need to have to cope with life. You give somebody this, they're not going to sit there and chain vape this all day long. Only the teenagers do that, but we've already talked about that. Teenagers, when they drink, they don't sit there and have one can a day. when they consume it, they're doing it to binge drink.
Without a doubt. Same with the vaping thing.
Why are the policies that affect us adults and that are legit going against the single best way to quit smoking? Why are they prioritized to children that are going to do whatever the hell they want? And they don't care what the laws are because they're going to do it regardless of what the law is.
There you go. That's just touching on what I said there. Scott Merriman, vape 6 in a direct to lung, he's 12 in a mouth to lung. So that's how I'm saying mouth to lung is probably more for more concentrated nicotine strength.
And so that people can stealth vape.
Yeah. Oh, without a doubt. But you can do that with these disposables, can't you? Pretty much. You know what I mean? You don't give up a lot.
Neil says that he started with 12 milligram Nick, and he's worked his way down to 3, and 6 is what he still uses in the mouth to lung, restricted direct lung, or direct lung, and it satisfies me just fine. That's something we couldn't do when we were cigarette smokers. We kept on smoking, and it got to the point where, you know, we were chain smokers. We never titrated down like we can with vaping. It's so easy with an open tank vapor system for you to be able to adjust the nicotine to what your ideal amount is. It's going to differ for each person.
Well, this is the thing I wanted to high out there for people, right? You know how, like, over there in the US, you've got 50 milligram pods. They're legal, 50 milligram. You know, that's your legal.
Except for one state. I did find out one state that does have a nicotine cap.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
So generally, you're 50 mg, yeah? Over here, it's 20 mg. To me, I quit smoking on 18, and I was a 40 to 60 a day smoker for over 30 years, right? So I quit on that. So where do you think these levels where the governments, whatever, can cap them? Because I believe, like, as part of the UK, we're 20 milligram, but I think they're trying to raise that cap. But to me, why raise that cap if there's loads of people already quit on a current cap? You know what I mean?
Because right now in the UK, vaping has been adopted and accepted widely for a long time, right? You guys have the most favorable vaping regulations out there. What you have left are your die-hard smokers. Your die-hard smokers aren't going to be able to quit with 6 milligram like you and I did. They're going to need something like this to get them over the tipping point to go, wow, this gives me the nick I need, and it's more enjoyable. And then they'll taper their way down to 3 or 6 like we have.
But do you think you need 50 milligram? I don't.
There's nothing wrong with using 50 because, like I said, we self-titrate. And the studies have already shown that if you cap it at 30, let's say you guys bump it up to 30, the people that are able to quit with 30 are just going to vape more because their body needs a certain level in their bloodstream. Can you do it with a 30? Well, yeah, but it's going to take a lot more willpower and commitment than if you just hand them a 50 and then all of a sudden they realize they have no desire to light up a cigarette because they keep using this because it tastes good.
That's what I'm saying. It is an individual thing. You know, it is subjective. You know, it's dependent upon the smoker. It's like, you know, how much of a smoker they were during the day. And, you know, I mean, some people have, I know, 20 a day. I was 40 to 60. There's some people now that's 80 to 100. You know, it depends on the person. But as far as regulation goes, is where you sit that cap. You know what I mean, I think UK should probably open to about 30. I'd say 30 is a good starting point. You know what I mean? In a push, you're going to chain it.
Right. I get where you're going, but you also have to look at it from the perspective, like in the United States. If they set the regulation at 30, well, guess what is also going to be set at 30? Your DIY bottles.
Yeah, I kind of get that.
That's what's going on in Canada right now.
But that's what I'm saying. This is kind of like where we're getting this. The teen vaping issue is they're getting the nicotine buzz, especially up at 50 milligram. That's got to be a biggie.
Okay, so let's flip the coin. Let's say that, you know, you have a cap of 20 and they enforce it and there isn't a single product in the UK that is more than 20. Is that going to stop the teens? Or are they just going to huff and puff this like they binge drink?
I get where you're coming from, but like I say, it's that cap is what would you say was a happy medium to cater for everybody, not just like 100 fag a day. I think if it's going to be regulated, so you've got to get that cap at a decent level. So even if it is abused, it can't do much harm. Like, I mean, you could probably start with 50 milligram. If it's abused, right, you get a buzz. It can't do much harm.
Here's my thing, okay?
I kind of get that.
Vegetable glycerin. Widely accepted, widely used all over the place. Fog machines and soap and candles and all kinds of different things, right? Already been tested for inhalation. 100% safe. You can breathe all this stuff all day long. You can have a room completely full of this stuff, vaporized. Will not cause you any harm. Propylene glycol. Same situation. Tested 100% safe. Hospitals in the 40s and 50s and 60s sprayed this, vaporized in their air conditioning systems as an antimicrobial device. 100% safe, 100% tested, lots of scientific studies. This does not cause you harm. The nicotine, same situation. For oral administration for people that already exposed themselves to nicotine, 100% safer than lighting a tobacco on fire and breathing that in. So what is your potential harm in a vaping device and the stuff that we breathe in? Flavorings. So if you have somebody that has a 50 milligram nic, you're going to use it less than if it's a 25 milligram, which is half. From a logical perspective, if it's 25 as your cap, you're going to use it twice as much as you would use this product if you gave them this. So you're essentially cutting the amount of flavorings down that you're getting into your lungs by having a high nic.
I can see that side of the argument, definitely. But it's like, see, the we're still waiting for some kind of legislation. And a lot of the vapors are wanting the nic restrictions to be lifted, be higher up. But that's what I'm saying. Do you think the UK will go 50 milligrams? I don't think they will.
No, I don't think they're going to either.
High at all.
Not with as much as they've been pushing the whole teen vaping scaremongering stories.
Yeah. I mean, I think personally 30, if they do so, do it. But that's just, I was just saying, just putting out there, it's like, if your government or your whatever cap nicotine levels, what would work for you? I mean, like I say, I've quit on 20 milligram, no fucking problem. And I was a heavy smoker. So in my mind, I can't see why nobody else can do it on 20 milligram.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's my way of thinking. I did it on 20 milligram. Why can't you do it on 20 milligram? You don't. Why do you need 50 milligram? That's kind of my thinking. But like I said, it's subjective. Everybody's different to the smoking habits. Like I say, if I was on 100 cigarettes a day, I may have needed 50 milligram, without a doubt. But like if your government's going to cap it, what would be that happy medium of where you're going? Like I say, UK, we'd be probably happy at 30. Do you think that would ever happen in America? Very much doubt it.
I think they should leave it the way it is. 50 seems to be the thing.
Yeah.
But that's also part of the fact that, anytime that they get involved in creating legislation, they've made the things worse than if they would have done nothing at all.
It's just to find that happy medium where somebody could quit on that amount. You know what I mean? Like I say, my thinking is, with the years I've smoked and everything, I quit on 20. But it's like I said last week, you've got to have the mind, you've got to want to quit as well. That is a big factor. If you don't want to quit, you can vape as much as you fucking want and it'll not happen. You've got to want to
quit. For some people. They've done studies where they've gotten people that they just wanted to cut back their cigarettes. They didn't want to quit altogether. And half of them had quit.
They've got that thing in their mind. They know their smoking habit is a problem and they want to do something about it. Where they'll be cutting back. I mean, we've done it before. You know, we were smokers. Oh, well, I'll buy 20 a day. I'll buy 10 a day. I'll try and cut back a bit. Now, not just for that. Just
do you think there's any smoker on the entire planet that doesn't know that it's bad for them, that doesn't know that it's going to eventually kill them?
Probably not. Probably isn't. Not
when we were children, it was beat into our heads how bad it was for you. Didn't stop me from lighting one up at 3 o'clock in the morning.
No. I think it's more education, because obviously, excuse me, we know, and a majority of smokers will probably agree with this. You started smoking as a teenager, or around about them years, late teens, early teens, late teens. That's when you started smoking, when you were playing about with cigarettes, right? Back then, there was no education. There was nothing. Absolutely jack shit. In fact, I think they were putting adverts out pushing for, oh, you want this? You know, remember the Marlboro adverts where it looked cool, have a cigarette, you know, the cowboy? Hey, look at me, I'm having a smoke. All the adverts were encouraging you. Remember that? You know, the Marlboro, the cowboy? Hey, this is fucking great, this. And then in the era of the 50s and 60s movie stars, oh, cool, look at that, this is great, this. So that was a big influence, even though we didn't have as much social media then. Your movie stars, your music, they were the influence, and they're all sitting there.
That's why they cry the booze anytime a vape appears on anything that's broadcast in the movies or on TV.
Yeah.
But meanwhile, it's okay for historical perspective for people to smoke cigarettes in movies and TV all the time. That's perfectly acceptable.
Even the 20s, you know, the elegant roaring 20s, when you had them with these nice long cigarette holders. This is fantastic, this. No wonder people want to do it. They want to follow the icons as much as anything, didn't they? You know what I mean? Yeah, John Wayne has a tab. If it's good for him, good for me.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
You know what I say about that?
Vaping is better than smoking.
But so what? You need to put that bit in. So what?
No.
Because he's not interested, is he?
Yep.
Again, we went over this 1,000 times. It's a money issue, you know. I mean, if tobacco was banned worldwide, the revenue that would be lost for these governments and everything, all the money they're making, you know, America, the MSA, taxations in all other countries, the money that would be lost and would probably bankrupt half the countries. You know what I mean? As simple as that. You know what I mean?
William Dobson, hello and welcome. The 60 Watt guy, hello and welcome.
It's just something
dual using. That is a very common thing, and some people dual use for years before they switch over exclusively to vaping. That's nothing new.
Well,
and don't feel bad about it.
I know dual users, not as such tobacco, but some of them like the shall we say the green, the cannabis, the smoked cannabis, and the rolling tobacco. But they'll vape during the day, but smoke cannabis. So they're kind of doing that for the cannabis type of thing. You know what I mean?
And they do the same thing here in the States. They roll a blunt. They take a cigar and they'll slice it open and they'll put some marijuana inside there.
Yeah. And that is
a lot of people do.
Honestly, marijuana use or cannabis use, whatever you call it, is absolutely fucking huge here. Honestly, every time you walk around the corner, you can fucking smell the fucker. Trust us. Yep. Everybody's on it.
60 Watt guy made a comment about my microphone, and that gives me the perfect opportunity to roll this little bumper while we run to the little boys' room, and you guys can give me your feedback. But before I do that, I do need to go in here and create.
There's an interesting statement.
Poll.
Before you go, there you go. Really, I vape my green. That's an interesting statement because that's what caused a lot of fucking shit in the US. So I'm very intrigued. He says, I vape my green. He vapes cannabis.
A lot of people do. Because theoretically, combustion is more harmful for you than vaporization.
I'm just wondering how he does it. Does he do it in a herb tank or is it with the fucking oils? That's what I'm wondering. That's what I was just wondering. I was just wondering how. You know what I mean? Because obviously that caused all the lung fucking hilarity in fucking in America, didn't it? Vaping the cannabis with the fucking oil in it, that's thinning it down. So I'm just wondering whether he herbs it or uses it as a juice.
All right. So let's roll his bumper. I'm going to go into the boys' room, give you a chance to run to the boys' room. And you need to answer the poll question that follows. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Hunky Vape. I'm your host, DJ Alex, and we're doing a little audio test here. I just plugged a microphone in, and I have no idea what this one's going to sound like. You see, I normally use this microphone, and I love the way this microphone sounds. But some people have said that, well, I know you're a DJ and all, but do you really have to have that microphone so processed? Well, I don't know if I have to have it processed that much. I've got one sitting here that seems to work pretty good. And this isn't actually plugged in. My apologies. So why don't I switch over to this scene here. And when I get in this scene, obviously, this is going to sound a lot better because, well, I'm within the 12 inches you're supposed to be to a microphone to be able to pick up your voice clearly without picking up like the fan on the computer running in the background. And when I do an overhead thing, I can turn this one sideways and still keep it relatively the same distance away. So this sounds pretty good, I imagine, but I'm going to leave it up to you guys to decide. Do you like the way that this microphone sounds? Regardless of which way I face it. Or would you rather have the other microphone? And since some of you don't know what that sounds like, well, give me a second and I'll switch them. All right. So now we have this microphone set up, and when I switch scenes, well, the microphone is actually even closer to my mouth, but I do have it processed and it is compressed, so it shouldn't like blow your ears away or anything. And when I work over here at the desk, well, the microphone can still be here where it's usually at. So far, I think this is going to work pretty good. But like I said, I'm leaving it up to you guys today to let me know which microphone you would prefer for me to use on our weekly vlog. Is it going to be this one or the first one? So, put your vote in now. Thank you. And for those of you that don't know, this is the Rode Procaster, and this is the Stellar X2.
Well, my vote is the Rode. Love them. I just like them.
I love the fact that I could get back and I can lean back, and it still sounds good.
Yeah.
It also has the maximum amount of rejection, and that's the reason it sounds better is because it completely rejects everything behind the microphone. So when I'm talking and the sound bounces off of the monitors, it doesn't pick any of it up. This one picks up everything. But the reason I ask this question is because I watched Wayne, and Wayne's like, I don't know, I don't want to call it laziness, but he likes to use his hands a lot, right? And he's building and, you know, making like juices and stuff like that. And he has fantastic microphones, and he's used them for a long time. And he's decided that he's not going to use them anymore.
Really?
I don't know if you've heard it, but all you hear is room tone. Your audio from your room sounds better than his now.
Wow. I've got, I mean, for the guys who doesn't, I've got nothing running from my end. You're just getting the raw, whatever. There's no filters. There's no.
That's not true.
Alex before. Well, I was saying to Alex beforehand that you can actually get the Rode software. I haven't even got that installed. I did have it installed, but I haven't even got that installed. But, you know, it improves, gives you a bit of bass, all that bullshit and all that crap. But there's nothing. That's just running straight off my raw mic until it gets to Alex, and then he plays with it.
Video Ninja does have some noise suppression and what is the other setting that's on here? Noise suppression and echo cancellation that it does, but it's only like 25% reduction in what's out there. I have some processing on your audio that's the same as what I do to this one. I just legit used the same plugin, same settings, and dumped it on yours. And then I dropped the equalizer because you don't have the same problems in your voice that I have in mine.
Yeah.
Like 1300 hertz, if I don't cut that back, I sound like a whiny little bitch when I get all heated.
I'm not going to go into that one. That's just...
Yeah, so... And then to top it all off,
you think so?
I've got a bunch of different ones, actually. Inside this box here is $1,000 microphone.
Whoa.
See how tiny this is? I got to hold in front of my beard so you can even see it.
Oh, it's like the lab mic.
It's a lav mic.
I can't
micro.
I can't use them.
Lav mic.
I can't use them at all. I can't just
no,
cannot get any.
Because you need to treat your room in order for it to sound decent. The advantage of the lav mic, though, is, and I think eventually I'm going to end up using it. Maybe not all the time, but I am going to use it because that lathe that I bought for me to be able to build coils is going on the desk behind me. And having a lav mic on means no matter where I move, it will always sound 100% the same.
Oh, yeah, that's the beauty of them. Yeah, definitely.
Other than echo reflections, it will sound exactly the same. The only problem is it's XLR. It's not wireless.
Oh, that's a bummer.
Yeah. But I can get a wireless XLR transmitter. The whole thing is when I do the news, I wanted it to sound, you know, natural, unprocessed. Like it does on the news report when you watch the local news at night.
It's definitely something you can play about with, without a doubt. I mean, fucking hell, $1,000. You didn't want it sitting on the shelf rotting away, do you? You want to use it.
But you yourself have seen how much this room is already treated. Almost the entire ceiling is covered by 2-inch foam. And then I built myself sound panels using rock wool. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 of them in this room. Because this room, because of the size, has a bunch of bouncing echo and reverb and certain frequencies build up in this room. And the frequencies that build up in this room are actually bigger than the room. The wavelength is bigger than the room. So you need 8 inches of those panels to actually cancel that out. But
Very strange.
anyway,
Well,
there's the
good-
question, and there was the bumper so that we could take a little pee break.
Yeah. I'm just interested in the chat because there's a lot of people going on about this vaping cannabis. You know, that somebody's asking CBD or THC. Some are using THC. I do both. What's that?
The problem with the 92% THC is CBD
Wow,
counteracts THC. The psychoactive effects of THC also cause paranoia and anxiety and stuff. And the CBD counteracts that. And there's a lot of news that's hitting the mainstream where kids are using THC stuff that they swipe from their parents or whatever, or from their friends. And they're having psychotic breaks because they're getting a hold of this 92% THC stuff, not thinking anything of it because they really don't know what the hell they're using. They're just trying to get high. And you have to have a balance. Mother Nature creates these things in our world, and there's a perfect balance of the good and the bad to get the beneficial effects out of it. And you can have better living through chemistry by processing those and purifying those, but there's a certain point where you can go over the limit. It's kind of like fentanyl. Fentanyl has a place in society, and they shouldn't be restricted because people that suffer from pain need that kind of a potent pain kill.
I mean, the only thing I've touched on it, the reason, obviously, you know, it was a big thing in America, you know, the Evoli, because they're using this fucking vitamin E to thin it. So, you know, is there a way of vaping it without having that kind of shit in it? You know what I mean? I mean, you know, I've heard of herb tanks where it doesn't burn it, but it warms it, it heats it, it doesn't burn it.
It's the same as the heat not burn technology for cigarettes.
Yeah. Yeah. So I'm just wondering how these guys are actually vaping a liquid that is safe to use, you know, without this crap thinners in or whatever. Because, like you said, it's an oil at the end
I'll
of the day.
get Paul on the show one day, and we'll have a conversation about that. But I've got a fundamental grasp of the concept. And when they use distillates, you're getting the CBD and the THC out of it, and the actual oil portion of it is not present.
I got you, because that's what I'm saying. It's an oil at the end of the day, which we both know you can't fucking inhale an oil. It's, you know, it's
right, but there are certain oils that your body can metabolize. It doesn't metabolize it easily, but there are natural oils that I forget what the actual term is for it, but like peppermint oils and stuff like that.
I mean, I'm just
that have
generally
medicinal
interested
properties
anyway,
to
you know,
it.
'cause I know a lot of cannabis users who are smoking it. And if I can suggest to them, well, look, try vaping it in this method, then, you know, it's going to be slightly
because
better.
cannabis is made illegal, there's no science to show that it's actually healthier for you than that. Once they legalize it, then they'll do the studies and the science, and then you'll find out whether combustion is safer or vaping is safer for cannabis. For nicotine, you don't need to because they've already done the studies and they already shown the safety of it, and it's all water soluble. And from biology perspective, you know your lungs can metabolize water because they're made up of water.
Just like I said, I was just thinking, obviously, with cannabis, my thinking is it's an oil at the end of the day, you know, and that's, you know, it's a cannabis vaping oils. It's as simple as that, you know what I mean? Hence all the crap that you've had, you know, with the fucking lungs.
This is a pain in the wazoo having to make sure that this chat is still rolling. Mallory Gates, hello and welcome to the stream.
Mallory, but yeah, I thought she was in years ago.
All right, so let's jump back in, and we're going to move that to after the fact because we'll get to Vape Science after the news.
Good man.
Did you have to read 1984 when you were growing up as a kid?
A long, long time ago. Fuck me.
In school?
Time ago. Yeah.
George Orwell's novel.
English literature. It was a long. I think that's the only ever time we
Exactly.
did look at it. You know what I mean? English literature was in. I probably forgot more than I remember.
Well, yeah, but if you remember any of it, then you know for a fact that we're living this right now. We're living in this world right now. 1984 is a dystopian social science fiction novel and a cautionary tale by English writer George Orwell. It was published on 8th of June, 1949. It is Orwell's ninth and final book completed in his lifetime. It centers around the consequences of totalitarianism, mass surveillance, and a repressive regime of the people and the behaviors of society. Tell me that isn't what the fuck we're dealing with right now with vaping.
Without a doubt. It's not just vaping, it's with a lot of things. You know what I mean?
And who's behind it?
That's pretty much the world we're living in now.
The fucking social media platforms that we rely to, I want to connect with my friends and family all around the globe.
Oh, yes.
That's not what Facebook does. Anyway.
But you check out another guy in the past. I think it was an MP in the past, Enoch Powell. He was ousted as a racist and God knows what because of the shit he predicted. But he was fucking right, mate. At the end of the day.
If any of you guys are into advocacy, go over and follow CAFRA, Asia Pacific. And for the rest of you, you're just going to have to suffer through this. I'm like your English teacher.
Yeah.
Here's a presentation you get to watch in class today. So sit back and vape and check this out. And now the same COVID-19 thing is going to be on our vlog today. I don't give a shit. Come on, play. They don't want us to discuss this.
Are they banning you already, mate? There's YouTube power saying, hang on a minute. Oh, fucking hell. See?
This has already happened a couple times. It only happens on YouTube. Website's still working. I'm getting your chat messages. We're still streaming. But there's certain content that,
What a swine, eh? Oh, we're going. Are we? Yes, were we? Nope, we're not. It's fucking YouTube. They're going, hang on a minute. There you go, boys and girls. The powers that be. Big Brother's watching you.
Yes, it is. Where do you think that saying comes from?
Oh, hang on. Yep. It's thinking about it. YouTube said, should we allow this?
Is that an outright ban? Is that outright censorship and prohibition?
Yeah.
We don't want the world to know that we've made an arrangement to block this type of stuff.
As my idol on a famous computer game would say, well, I'll be fucked.
Yeah.
Oh, come on. I was only joking.
That's who you're talking about.
Yeah, I am, my friend. Wow, isn't that really ridiculous? You're being totally ridiculous.
How long is it going to take to load? Or is it not even going to let us watch it?
Wow. There you go, guys. It's living proof of censorship on YouTube.
You know what's ridiculous? I'm going to go over to another tab and I'll load any other video.
A Vapid Heat one would be nice. Not that I'm asking for a punt. Oh, not that one. Hi, folks. Couple of. Oh, froze, but I'm. It's kind of trying.
You're banned.
Not bad. Yeah, bad. Yeah, bad, as we say over here. Yeah, bad. Holy fuck.
Let's check out Fox News. Oh, you have a question.
Piss off.
Let's just watch the time for all the way.
What's the
Could be a
deal?
suffering problem. What's the deal, man? That's rather odd. What a bummer. Holy fuck. Everything's buffering on it.
I don't understand that.
So
all right.
wrong.
Well, while it's loading in the background, we'll move on to our Vape Science. And here's another video for us to check out.
These videos are educational in nature and are designed to help people over 21.
New study retracted once again.
Yeah, the
Policymakers. But why was the CDC study retracted?
They're doing it on his videos too. That is wild, my friend.
That's really weird because you've never had any problems in the past.
Yes.
I like that, yeah.
Interesting.
That's so odd.
And this one's still loading.
That is so odd.
Yes, it is.
The so-called WHO, eh? What can I say? Wow.
Oh, I don't know. We'll come back to it. We'll let it figure itself out, and we'll come back to it.
Strange. Very strange.
So anyway, here's the study
Cigarettes
that he was
switch to a
talking
less
about.
harmful alternative. All right. What's up, everybody? Grim Greenback here. Today, I wanted to spend some time talking about yet another recently retracted.
Holy fuck.
I have 1 gigabit download speed. There's no reason why that shouldn't play. None.
These videos are educational in nature and are designed to help people over.
That is bullshit.
So anyway, here's the actual retracted study. Dangle clocks galore. Yes. But here's the study that's been retracted. Smoking, the Association of Smoking and E-Cigarettes in Chronic Liver Disease. I'll give you the summary of what Nick said. They went and they found everybody that had liver disease, and then they said, okay, well, these people that have liver disease, how many of them smoked? How many of them vaped? How many of them were dual users? How many of them didn't smoke at all? And they said, this vaping gives you liver disease. What? That's not possible. What about all the non-smokers that got liver disease? Oh, we took them off of the list.
Alcohol gives you fucking liver disease.
Yeah, well, fortunately, this one's been retracted.
Holy
178,300 respondents were electronic cigarette. 4.3% were electronic cigarette users. 27% were traditional smokers. 13% were dual users, and 55% were non-smokers. Our study found that despite the low frequency of e-cigarette use in respondents with liver disease, there was a higher odds of e-cigarette use among patients with liver disease.
Bullshit. Bullshit. Not having that at all.
Yeah, fortunately, it's been retracted. So, one more little tidbit of information for you guys for some vape science.
If somebody's talking bullshit, it should be retracted.
How about nicotine replacement therapy and the post-operative outcomes in patients undergoing breast surgery? You know how people say that, oh, I got to go get this medical procedure done, and my doctor told me no nicotine whatsoever.
Right.
Does it actually affect the outcome? No, it does not. NRT use was not associated with an increased risk of post-operative complications compared to those people that didn't use NRTs. Does not affect your recovery.
Here in the UK, right, when you go for an operation, right, and when they're assessing you to be put under anaesthetic, the two things they're assess you is your weight, if you're obese, or if you fucking smoke. That's what they're assess you on. Fuck all do anything else. That's what they're assess you on. If you're too big, they'll not put you under. If you're a heavy smoker, they'll not put you under. What the fuck? I've known people who have been large, who have been told. Here's a story for it. It was a person I know a long ago, right? Well, an obese person, you know, and he had medical health issues. Obviously, he wasn't obese because he ate and ate and ate. He was a greedy fat slob. That wasn't that. I think it was something to do with the thyroid. I think he had underactive thyroid, whatever. And he was obese. This guy was hitting, I don't know what it was in pounds, but he was hitting like 28, 29, 30 stone. He was a big guy. And they refused to anesthetize him, right? Because of his size. But on the other side of the coin, they offered him surgery to put a fucking gastric band in.
Surgery is surgery.
What the fuck? Exactly. They said this guy had to lose weight to have surgery, but they offered him surgery to put a fucking gastric band in. I'm thinking, hang on a minute, you're putting this guy to sleep whatever which way you go, aren't you? I wouldn't want to be awake when they put a fucking gastric band in, would you?
It's all about how much money they can suck out of you.
Fuck me, I couldn't believe it.
Well, that's exactly what it boils down to. How much money can we draw out of the system and make off of this patient before we actually cure what's ailing them?
No, but this is the UK. This is the NHANES. You know what I mean?
Well, the administrators of the hospitals there are just as greedy as the ones over here. They just answer to a different boss.
I could not believe that. I went, hang on a minute, rewind here a minute. They won't put you to sleep to do the operation you need, but they'll put you to sleep to put a fucking gastric band in. I'm head scratching.
Yeah.
Wow. Holy fuck.
We've got a show over here about these fat people. They're like over 600 pounds. And they go to this doctor for weight loss. And you know what the doctor tells them? Exercise more, eat less. You have to exercise more and eat less before they'll authorize the surgery. You have to lose so much weight before they authorize the surgery to get you underneath 500 pounds or whatever their magic number is. But you know what I've come across multiple times? There's people that follow the diet and they lost the weight. And they got to the point where if they simply continued following the diet, well, they wouldn't need the bypass. They wouldn't need the gastric band.
Exactly.
Because what happens is they'll put the gastric band in and then they'll go back to their normal way of eating shit. Going to McDonald's, and then on the way home from McDonald's, you stop at KFC because you already ate the McDonald's and you want to take food home to eat at home.
That's the thing, isn't it?
Eat 5 pizzas. 5. One person ate 5 whole pizzas.
Fuck.
That's a mental health issue. That isn't a weight loss issue. That isn't a metabolism issue. They're in pain. Some people in pain choose to smoke cigarettes or vape. These people are choosing food.
I think it's a term called comfort eating. I think it is. That's a bit of a dangerous thing. Yeah.
It has to do with your dopamine and your endorphins and the pleasure that you get from eating.
Yeah, it's like you said. It could also be a coping mechanism. You know what I mean?
There's no doubt.
Yeah. Which is
There's no doubt it's a coping mechanism.
It's a total sad thing. You know, my heart goes out to people, you know, suffer from shit.
Because the emphasis isn't on mental health. You need to take care of your mental health. Yeah. That's what causes a lot of these problems in society.
Without a doubt. Stress is a massive, massive thing anyway. You know, everybody gets stressed out, doesn't it? That's still having it. Oh, hang on. Yep. Come on. No way. Fuck off. Sorry. Pardon me, French, but that's bullshit.
Why isn't it playing?
Do us a favour. Put the link in chat. Just put the link in chat. I'm going to try something.
Sure.
All right, let's have a look at this fella. Hang on, wrong window. Wrong one.
Okay, it's working in the other browser. Let's see if this works.
I've got it running now.
See if you can hear it.
I've got it running now on another browser. No problem.
Can you guys hear it? Can you guys hear that?
There's no sound on my end, buddy.
All right.
Fucking buffer again. Have you got? I'm just curious to try. Have you got screen share activated on this, buddy?
I don't know.
You have. Hang on a minute. Give me a minute.
I might have to capture it.
Come on, mate. I'll see if I can I do a screen share? Hang on, give us a look.
Try it.
So if I go,
I want us to watch this.
If I go back to that, if you pause that, I'll come over to screen share, and I want to go to a window. Which one am I going to here? This fella here. Right, can you guys now see that?
Hold on a second.
You guys see that, yeah?
I'm going to add it to OBS as a browser source.
Right, add it in, so there's a screen share. Just see, I'm just curious. I'm just see if it'll work, mate. We'll get it rattled off. Fuck you, YouTube. You know what I mean?
We're going to get it one way or another. There's multiple ways to skin a cat.
Yeah. You get my screen share up on the browser. We should be up and running. We shall defeat you.
Well, it doesn't look pretty.
Just say when I'll hit the play button.
Hold on. Oops.
They might fuck you over in America, but they'll not fuck us over in the UK. So fuck you, YouTube. Just wondering, like I say, if you guys can't see this, and then we'll rock and roll with it. You know.
All right, give it a try.
Ready? Hit play. I've enabled sound. I'll just crank the sound up a bit. There you go.
I don't hear any sound.
No sound. Bollocks. Yeah, no sound. Bollocks. I don't know how I can get round that from this end. I can just play it.
All right, let's see if I can do this.
Do you want us to pause the video for the time being?
Yeah.
Give us 2 shakes. I'll just pause that. We're halfway there. We can play it. I've enabled the sound on here, as you can see. Because for the folks out there, when we are live, I normally mute that because I can hear everything through Alex. Bit of technical stuff there for you guys. Pardon me. Shame.
Yes, it is.
But welcome. Something happening there, mate. Have you got it going?
It was going and then it stopped. Dangle clacks. They legit don't want us to watch
In
it.
this episode, we will review the implications
I'll stop sharing my screen and for the time being. It was just a thought.
of the agreement between the WHO and Google regarding online health information
I thought we would have got away
and
with it
how
because
that
I'm
may
running-
impact THR advocacy.
I thought we would have got away with it because I'm running YouTube on Bing. I'm not on Google for YouTube. I'm running that on Bing.
Well, that's what I have your video coming through, and I don't know why it doesn't play. It should come through the same input as your microphone.
Yeah, it's running on Bing while I've got the Ninja running on Chrome. So I thought we could have got away with it. I thought we could have got away with it. But the link is there in chat, guys. I mean, if we don't get it going, then, you know, click on the link. Oh, somebody said yay. Then they said, oh, no. Oh, did we have it going or did we not have it going?
You hear it?
What a swing. That is a total fucking wank. That is a joke, that. That is a total another fucking piss take. We can play it, but we can't hear it. Which is a bit of a shitter. Can you turn on subtitles? That's a thought.
Well, let me see something here. I want to see where this is playing.
Try subtitles if you guys want to read subtitles.
Well, we're going to get lost in the weeds here if I keep doing this, unfortunately. I do not see where it's coming in and playing.
That's a shame.
It's coming across wavelength.
That is a shame.
Isn't it weird, though, how it's playing in Bing, but it won't play on Chrome?
And activities.
Odd. Oh, I can hear it. Oh, then it stopped again. I heard everything was running there, then I heard it. What about, hang on then, I'll close that. I'll try opening another window in Chrome. Right, we're going on YouTube.
Welcome back. In this episode,
I will hit that link. Drop that down there, over there.
Michael Redfern, hello and welcome. We're talking about the Advocate's Voice and trying to watch this video, and it just keeps blocking us.
Come on, get over there, you little shit. Where are you going? Not going there. Why aren't you moving, you little shit? There we go. That's on there. Right. So if I come over here, no, get off that.
Wavelink aux 1. It should come through the same as your microphone.
Come on, you little bastard, yeah? So if I go in here, paste that in there, can I do that? I will go caps W. Okay. UN.
You can hear that, right?
Nope. No, I'm not getting that either. Shit. Actual link's not even working now. That's so strange.
What? You hear it?
The actual link. No, but
I swept it off the screen. You hear it now, right?
I can't hear it at all. I don't know if anybody else can hear it. That's so odd.
Guess who's sponsoring it? WHO and World Health Organization have teamed up with Google.
So odd. Was it you, William, last week that told me to get the this fucking Nano Wasp Pro? Because I've took your advice if it was you and I bought it. My. If it was you, you were right, mate. Fuck. It's damn good. It's playing, but I can't hear anything of it, unfortunately.
You can't hear that, Kenny?
Nah.
Can you guys that are watching the stream hear that?
Nothing else by yet. No sound.
No
Thanks, guys.
sound. Why is it that I hear it and you don't?
That's so odd.
That is odd because I'm seeing it here and it's not working. All right. Long story short, Google has made an effort and given the World Health Organization $50 million or something like that in advertising grants to promote health information and work together to ban disinformation.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, we know how that works out.
Yeah. We will replace bullshit with bullshit, as they say. Wow.
Anyway. I can't believe that this legit isn't playing.
There you go. William Dobson, this is conspiracy, I tell you. You're probably right, William.
I watched it this morning. There's no reason for it not to be working right now.
It's a conspiracy. What a load of fucking bullshit, eh? Yet everything else plays mighty fine.
No, that one's not playing either.
Because YouTube, see what you do, they're saying, fuck it, we're going to stop playing videos. That's it, look at that Hunky Vape stream, we're stopping playing videos. Blot them out.
All right.
That was a fucking bullshit, that. Never mind.
Yeah, so I'm going to have to check this out. Kenny suggested that we take a look at this for today. But I haven't seen that one before. I guess that's the end of the news and advocacy since they won't let us watch it. There's really no point in continuing here struggling. How long we've been messing around with this?
15, 20 minutes, if that. Well, that's kind of filled the new situation in, even though YouTube censored us. But never mind. What can we say? That's what I'm saying. Here we are. We are streaming clearly and in full clarity, and yet we can't play video. What can I say?
And I click on it, it does the exact same thing. Oh, I tried the other browser. And it'll play it, but then you guys can't hear it.
So I went to a screen share there, it would play it, but you couldn't hear it.
I hear it.
I could. When I was playing it, I could hear it clear as day. What the fuck? Explain, Billy Lee. I was very surprised at number 5. Should work, but does number 6 is amazing. I can hear that. I can hear it now. I can hear it, but I can't see it.
Cross that out. Throw this up here. Let's try this again.
I heard the soundtrack for it there. I didn't see the video. It's gone back, no sound. Playing, no sound. Wow.
You hear it?
Nah. It's plain, crystal clear, but it ain't no sand. He is not so sneaky. Isn't that sneaky? That is so odd.
I give up.
You either get one or the other. That was so odd.
Anyway, check out the video if you guys have a chance. Google is collaborating with the World Health Organization to dismiss misinformation. And the video points out about how, you know, they did such a wonderful job with the virus that became a pandemic that we're not going to entrust them with all health misinformation.
They were fabulous when it come to that.
Yeah.
Absolutely
Shut the whole planet down for how long?
Yeah.
All right. Time for a retro vape.
Just before we go, William Dobson. I don't think the dashboard's keeping up with chat, but I've just looked at it on the YouTube I've got running. William Dobson was impressed with the Wasnado Pro, bought 2 more. I did get one, William. I did get one. And wow. Yeah, I totally agree, mate. For a single coil RDA, this is a banger. I don't know why I never bought it earlier. It's absolutely brilliant. But for any of you that guys that's interested, I did get it for a humble sum of 20 quid. So it's very cheap if you can find it. And it is absolutely brilliant. I almost said it was good as my little favorite one, but not quite. That being the Valhalla mini for you guys, but not quite. Best, I'll tell you, it's probably one of the best single coilers I've had for a while. But yeah. I really like
Glamour by
Net
Net Reality.
Yeah. That is our friend Graham, who is normally on Benny Vape's Mixin show, for you who don't know.
Mm-hmm. Awesome.
Right, you paid 15 quid. You paid 15 quid, but I'm paying, so what? 20 quid's 20 quid. You know what I mean? I'm not going to argue. You know what I mean? I'm not going to fucking argue over a fiver, mate. Anyway, let's rock and roll, sir.
Oh, a long time ago in a galaxy not so far away, OBS released the Alter Kit. Is it an all-in-one? Is it a pod mod? Oh, I don't know. I guess we'll have to finally rip this packaging off. Trying to be careful not to show any URLs. And find out how good this Alter Kit is. Instruction booklet, multiple languages. What's this coil? Oh, that's not a coil, that's a drip tip. Look at that beautiful thing. Nice. Is this a spare coil, or is this another drip tip? Why do they make it so complicated and so hard to try and get this thing open? There's the coil. .15 ohms, 20 to 25 watts. It's a mesh coil. Not too bad. Nice fire button. Nice clicky buttons to turn it up or down. Typical fingerprint magnet for the screen. Built-in battery. And two different, I'd call these a pod.
Oh, that's calling nature. What was all that stuff?
OBS Alter Kit. Is it a pod or is it an all-in-one?
Ah, interesting. Well, if you're plugging something on the top of it, looks like a pod system to me.
The battery's already built into it. I think this is more along the lines of an all-in-one. What do you think?
I'm thinking pod because you're dropping a pod in.
Gonna need a 510 adapter for this drip tip. They included this one in the kit.
Got yeah. See, to me that there is a pod with a coil in it. to me. I would have thought an all-in-one is something that you actually fill up physically, you know what I mean?
Look at this coil.
Huge. Quite the size
So
of
you've
it.
got one that is for direct to lung. And then the second one that's in here, is this one a
MTL.
mouth to lung? Yep, that's what it is.
Yeah, MTL.
Is this also a 0.15 ohm? OBS NX. This is a 1.4 ohm.
1.4 ohm MTL.
8 to 12 watts. Yeah, that's definitely mouth to lung.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
And then you got this coil that fits in this pod.
A lot of metal in that one, isn't there? There's a lot of metal there, considering what it weighs. Wow.
Two different pods. Look at the size of this coil.
Holy shit. I'd definitely say that's DTL, like a direct to lung, without a doubt.
Well, that's the kind I want.
Yep.
Make sure this thing turns on. Nice. Let's put some juice on here.
Yeah,
Now,
60
when I
watt
looked
guy
this thing
was-
up right before the show today, they were saying that this is a leaky sucker.
60 watt guy says it almost looks like a burrow tank instead of a fucking, but use a coil, I mean. I wonder if you're putting Hawaiian punch in that by any chance.
Oh, but of course I am.
Ask a silly question. I had a feeling it would be that. Don't ask us why, but I just did have a feeling. Just like a case of coil juice and there you go.
Why is she not wanting to go in there?
Oh, that's odd. You have to now twist the coil to see if it drops down into another, like a little clicky thing, or is it just a straight push in?
Is there a notch it's supposed to be in?
That's what I'm just wondering if it's something where you could, it's supposed to lock in, or because that seems to be sticking up a long way, doesn't it?
There we go. Just had to turn it a little bit.
Ah.
It's a nice little device. It's got a nice feel to it.
Yeah, it's nice and small and compact, isn't it?
Who do we have here today? KY, hello and welcome to the stream.
Hello, sir. What is that? Sorry, just got in. He's just asking what you've got there, sir.
OBS Alter Kit.
Personally, most OBS products I've bought have been pretty good.
You get lost in the things you want, but if you slow down for just 1 second, you might feel way better than you thought.
Well, if clicks turns it on and off.
Took a minute to cry, or maybe you would see that all this time I've been
3. There's the menu. 2. What? How are you supposed to unlock it?
Check the destruction manual, my friend. Check the destruction manual.
What else comes in the box? Spare O-ring.
Charge cable. Charge cable.
USB Type-C.
There's no destruction manual. Got to be a destruction.
Oh no, there is.
Surely.
It's a massive little booklet.
Holy fuck.
English is pages 1 through 4. Here's our specifications. Resistance range is 0.1 to 3 ohms. So there we have it. Press the fire button 5 times to power it on and off. Press the plus or minus button 3 times to unlock the power.
There you go. You're away. The good old destruction manual, man. You kind of whack it.
Atomizer check. Installation. The default is 10 watts. For the M1 coil, it's 50 to 70.
Okay.
It says 0.23 ohms. It has low resistance. Atomizer short circuit. Over time vaping. Low battery voltage protection. Board temperature protection. And it's a fast charge.
Wait, what model is that? Somebody's asking for the year, so I'm going to go and look for it. Where is it? The OBS Alter Kit.
Alter.
Right, I will check this for you, sir. Oh, the SALTERKIT. Oh, no, that's a Y. KIT. Let's have a look. Let's have a look.
I saw it's still for sale for like $12, $11. But people were complaining that it's leaked like a sieve.
You can still get it on Flawless Vapes for $9.99 in the UK. Anybody wants to purchase it? I'm just trying to see. There you go. What date is this? Well, look at 2020. That is when it was around. 2020. So you're looking
3
at
years
3
old.
years old. It's a 5
I like how you can see your fluid right on the side there.
Described as a power-packed 5 to 70 watt AIO/pod crossover that promises to deliver on versatility and battery life. 2,500 mAh battery.
So, for those of you that are old school and want to have a drip tip that's, more duckbill, the mouth to lung pod has a 510 drip tip opening.
It does have a top fill on it, believe it or not. There should be a little slidey door on the top where you can top fill it, sir. Is that right?
Yeah, and it's tight. Like, you have to take the drip tip off and then legit slide it out. Because you push it down to unlock it.
Yeah, whip it down, slide it out. That's how
This
you
snaps
refill it.
up.
So you can actually fill it up while it's on the device. That's
You
cool.
can't see, this thing pops up.
That's pretty cool.
See how it's pressed in? And this actually
pops in.
latches it. But you can't open this without pushing this down.
That's cool.
Nice.
That's nice. Yeah, nice.
The drip tips are obviously different. Wonder how the flavor is going to be on this one.
The guy who said he says he finds the automatic power lock feature is a good addition for safety reasons, but it's also bloody irritating. So the power lock.
Yeah, like
is
my
an
DNA
issue.
reference mod. You gotta sit there
Yeah.
and click it 5 times to unlock it. I haven't gotten into the software to change that setting.
The pros on this, I'm just reading a written review on it. The pros on it is an attractive device with a gorgeous metallic finish. It's ergonomic and compact, responsive controls, impressive cloud and flavor, versatile and convenient. It is also compatible with Smock Baby Beast coil heads. Ooh,
Oh,
that's
really?
interesting. Yeah.
They
The
look about the right
cons-
size.
Yeah, the cons on it are many of the coil heads leak excessively, so you've touched on that. Some users find the airflow is too open for the mouth to lung. Filling can be a little messy. And direct to lung coil struggles a bit when the battery is low. It didn't get the best of reviews, I'm afraid. I'm not going to name this guy, but he said his final verdict was the leaky coil head is irritating enough, but having received 2 coil heads out of 6 that leaked so much they were unusable is a little too much for me and recommend this kit wholeheartedly. Also, if, like me, you require a high airflow restriction to mouth and lung vape comfortably, you might find out the MTL cartridge is not much use. But it goes on to say, with that said, there were many amazing features on this device that I really did appreciate. The look, the ergonomics, the battery life, the beautiful vapor production and flavour. So, you know, he's kind of... This was... Who was this? Who done this? This was by Laura Ann Burgess in January 2020. This lady's the person I've done a review on it.
The only thing that sucks about this pod,
she's kind of touched on the points that you, yeah, she's kind of touched on the points that you've already noted.
I see what they mean about a messy coil, because when you go to fill it again, it's no longer completely empty. And if you have any juice in the little airway opening, because it's a silicone seal that you have on here.
Thanks, Billy Rice, for dropping in. Yeah, if you got to go, sir. But thank you for dropping in.
If you look on here, you put your little tip in here from your bottle, and then this is where your air comes out. But because it's such a small opening, this is full of juice. So when you shove a bottle in here to fill it, this juice is always going to come out. It's easy to fill, though.
I was going to say something there, but I thought I'd better not.
Go ahead.
It was just like a vagina, but never mind. Sorry.
You know what?
I'm making a personal injury claim.
You do that, you bastards.
Okay, so let's take a look at the poll. We're going to end the poll. Where'd it go? I don't get my poll results.
I can see from here, 62% for the Rode Podcaster. The Stellar is 37.
There she is.
So look,
16 votes.
62% are going for the Rode. I told you, Rode wins every day.
Not only does Rode win every day, but it's better to be professional. There's a lot of people going around saying right now that they've got like professional shows and streams, like YouTubers that have 1 million viewers, and they're legit creating a set that looks like a bedroom because people don't want to watch overproduced YouTube content.
What? Yeah.
What?
I kind of see where you come from with that. Yeah, it's bullshit. It's bollocks.
I'm the kind of person, when I watch something, it's more important for the content than what they sound like. However, if your audio is like it was like 2 shows ago when we were constantly having clicks the whole way through it, I can't sit there and watch that for freaking 4 hours.
No, but they're just the basic stuff you get, right? Your audio quality, your video quality, the basics, isn't it? Aren't they? At the end of the day, that you should be getting pretty much.
Listen,
right.
There's so much that are built into us, that are innate to our actual beings. Okay, we prefer things that look nice over stuff that looks bad.
Shit. Yeah.
You know what I mean? You're not going to find any 600-pound supermodels.
Yeah.
It's a fact of life. There's a certain percentage of the population that, you know, refuses to interact with anybody outside of their social class. But when it comes to actual YouTube content, listen, when you go to your family reunion, you don't get to pick and choose who your uncles are.
I mean, I do think the creator does have like some kind of responsibility to make sure that it's, you know, it's visually visible. You know, it's not jumping all over, and it's, you know, your audio is reasonable. You know what I mean? You know, people want to hear you, people want to understand you. You know, that's the point.
Yeah, and realistically, I mean, I've been a DJ all my life, so I know what sounds good and I know what sounds like crap. And if I'm not happy with it, I'm going to keep working on it until it sounds good, or I'm not even going to upload the video.
Yeah. Well,
and it was a lot harder before I treated this room, because there was a lot of buildup in this room that made it sound like my bass was so over the top. But now that I turn this room and the speakers, the back of the speakers face the insulation, it's like, well, that actually does sound where it's supposed to sound. It could actually go up a little more.
I'll be honest, me with sound just don't go hand in hand, because I'm fucking deaf as a post in one ear. It's as simple as that. I'm not.
Yeah, well, the tinnitus that I have in my ears doesn't help me much either.
Yeah, I'm not really tuned for audio. I mean, some guys, they can hear, when you do your equalizer and you're doing this graphic equalizer to your voice. That means fuck all. Honestly, it means nothing. Like, you lows, your mid, your highs. That means nothing to me.
Give me your impression of this.
I can hear you. If I can hear you, I can hear you.
If it plays.
Yeah, that's if YouTube does. YouTube's fucked you up for playing videos this week.
If it plays.
YouTube are not letting you play any videos this week at all, mate. They're just not letting you do it.
All right, mate. Here, you go check this out on your computer.
With some grapefruit.
I can hear it now, yeah.
And something else.
Yeah.
Sweetener to our beers, right?
Yeah, he's got a lot of echo. I see what you mean.
Of course we do. Any beer makers out there in chat? Any of you guys make beer?
Yeah, I get that. Yeah.
I understand it's much easier for you to mix and stuff when you don't have a microphone in your face. But you want decent audio, that's the price you got to pay to have it. If you don't treat your room, if you treat your room, you can do you have a lot more options.
Definitely.
That's not a bad idea.
Yeah, I see what you get. I see what you get. I can't.
It's not unlistenable.
Yeah, I can tell the difference. So even though I'm deaf as a post, there's a significant difference.
Yeah, and then if you go back. If it plays.
YouTube's
We're back to this shit again.
So I might even go and recommend a 2-week steep on this recipe.
Better.
That is perfect.
Mm-hmm.
He's also got a $400 microphone.
It's night and day, isn't it? You can tell the difference.
And if he's using the same microphone off camera, obviously it's not going to sound good. I mean, a boom microphone still needs to be just out of frame for it to pick up just you and not the room.
See, that I dislike that. You say it's a lot of YouTubers got the fucking mic up here and the top. I think it shouldn't be there. You know what I mean? To me, it's distracting. That's
because you're used to watching TV. But TV content is overproduced.
Yeah, but like I say, I mean, the guy I used to watch, he used to sit there and his mic was there. That's all you could see was that. And you're like, his voice was fantastic. But you're like, I can't see you, mate. You're behind a big fucking spongy foam on a mic. You know what I mean?
But do you know what that... Here's the perfect example, okay? They just did their stream 3 days ago. And he was using the wrong microphone originally.
Soft cock is approved.
You guys ever watch Beverage Radio? Friday night they do a show.
the harm that would be caused to the
I'm not going to be able to bring it. I don't know why it's so damn slow. Let's check something here. There's no reason that video shouldn't load like this.
Yeah, you're whacking it down on your download speed. Even your upload
781 megabits. And even though we're broadcasting live and you're sending me your video feed, I still have 27 megabits available for use by the browser. Upload speed. But you're not uploading anything if you're watching a video, you're downloading. And download speed in 1080p is 5 megabits. I got 781.
All is it?
He's over here saying, no flavors, mate. If you want to quit, we will not be making it a fun experience. So you just keep using.
See, he was using the wrong microphone. He's got that big one in, his face, but he wasn't using it. Lives later on in the stream, he realized, oh.
By saying, I have a sick kid in this car. I need to get to the emergency room. And if they didn't get out of the way, I'd move them.
You got two choices: move or be moved.
with my bumper. I'm just saying.
My buddy drives a truck.
I love watching it because he reminds me of that guy. It was a Tim Taylor. Remember Tim Taylor had a comedy show that he used to do? And you had Wilson, who stood behind the fence, and all you ever saw the top of his head. Vaping IT does the same thing with his webcam.
I just see his fucking head, can't you?
Yeah, you just see the top of his head. He does it all the time. He doesn't want his whole face or anything on it.
That's weird.
But they do a good show. They go and he gathers up all the weekly news like we do in the first hour of our stream. And he'll go and review. And here's the American Heart Association running their bullshit fake study
of cartoon packaging, candy packaging knockoff brands that were out there that duplicated. And see, the thing is like at an event,
Home Improvement, Mallory Gates
5 years ago, I went to a booth and completely destroyed this guy, a guy from Florida. But people were coming up.
Florida people are.
People were coming up to us.
I love the title of their show.
Jesus Christ. I'm just clusterfuck too. I like that. I've just twigged on there, like, that's class.
They're on there advocating on Twitter all the time.
Oh, Dusty Country Road has stated she's just made another recipe public. It is a DCR Green Monster. It's a custard as well. Oh.
Drop a link in chat, my friend. I want to check this out.
I'm intrigued.
And that reminds me, I got some vape mail.
Oh, shit. Yeah, get it out, man. Why is that not updated? My stream dashboard is not updating. Christ, that was ages ago, that.
Yeah, I know, mine too. Oh. There you go.
Quickly refresh that. There we go. There we go, back in myself. Green Monster as a custard. What the hell are we thinking here? Green mustard. Green monster.
Captain William Bligh, Mutiny on the Bounty. Mallory just dropped this one in. I need to order some VSO flavoring. That's something I haven't got yet. Any VSO. That one's mainly VSO.
VSO. Interesting. Very interesting, my friend.
All right, well, time for some vape mail. I was contacted by a company to do some reviews.
Lucky you. Lucky you.
Been a long time coming. But I looked into the company before I replied back to them, and they have a recycling program, and they design their products to be recyclable.
Yeah. Totally agree with that one.
Peak Bar.
Ah.
Magic Love.
Oh, now you're talking.
Here's an
about
adult flavor for you.
Oh, yes. Now you're talking my language, mate. You are talking my language. Yeah, man.
And this one is, to my taste.
Oh, well, oh, God. Blue banana. Hang on a minute. You've just had some very erotic titles. You go for a fucking banana.
And James Bond.
Skyfall. Wow. Interesting.
Yep. How about these are disposable products and they have a display on them with a puff counter.
I've seen a few. Yeah, I've seen
and
a
it
few
also
of that now.
lets you know what percentage of the pot is left.
So with that kind of shit on it, it's a shame to throw it away, isn't it, when you finish with it?
That's why I decided to do the review on this one, despite that it's a disposable, because it is 100% recyclable. You can take apart the device. It's designed for you to pull the battery, pull the capsule out, and you can dispose of the plastic where it disposes of. You can rinse off the sponge that holds your liquid and rinse out the thing, and then it goes in the plastic thing to be recycled, and the metal, and you take the battery and you drop it off of your Home Depot to be recycled, or your any place you recycle batteries.
Wow. That's
fantastic.
A really cool idea. Brilliant
Looking
idea.
forward to doing the review on that. After I finish the Kylan V3. And had to place an order from Bull City Flavors because Dusty keep talking about this flavor that he has that I haven't ordered. Absinthe.
There's a question for you. There's a question for you. Do you
guys even buy liquids?
Do you still buy liquids?
For nostalgic purposes, like if I'm in a vape shop and they happen to have OG Blue, I'll pick one up.
Very rarely.
But hardly ever.
I mean, I'll be honest, I do still buy a few, but it's the ones that I know I like. You know what I mean? It's not just... Unless I'm going to review something, then I'll buy it. But generally, if I buy a juice, it's something I know I like and I know I'll enjoy. I mean, like I say, I love some of the Buddha Vapes juices they do. I mean, they're absolutely gorgeous. Oh my God, he's been stocking up.
And I sent them a message. Hunky V is your discount code. Get you 6% off.
Wow.
HUNKY V. Capital H, capital V. 6% off. Bull City flavors.
That's so cool, man.
Flavor art. Costa Rica pineapple flavor. This is a little freebie they throw in. They throw you a bumper sticker or, you know.
So is Bull City Vapors an American based or are they worldwide?
Bull City Flavors is American based. North Carolina, South Carolina, somewhere about there.
The ship
and all they do is sell flavoring and beer supplies. You want to make your own beer? They have the stuff that you need to be able to make it. So that was their little freebie, and that's my little coupon code for you guys out there if you want to order from Bull City Flavors. But I ordered the Wonder Flavor new flavor assortment. This is all
an assortment.
The Wonder Flavors new flavors they just came out with this year.
Fucking hell.
$24.
Mate? I think you need to buy a bigger desk.
I have plenty of room. Don't need to buy a bigger desk.
No sooner do you buy a bigger desk, no sooner do you stock up. I like your thinking.
So this is going to be added to the collection. These are all the brand new flavors that Wonder Flavor just put out. And those 10 ml bottles are going to be more than enough to single flavor test them and come up with some recipes. And then obviously, I took advantage of some other stuff that was on sale. And they hooked me up with a couple things I didn't actually order. So there's my vape mail for today.
Very nice, sir. Very nice. And the one that adds your catalogue of whatever.
Yep.
See? Rearranges his room and now he's got to buy stock to fill his room, you see? I like his thinking behind that, you see?
Listen, he kept talking about absinthe. Dusty Country Road keeps talking about this absinthe e-liquid that he's mixed up for himself. I've never tried it. You ever drank absinthe?
To be honest with you, I've never heard of it.
It's made from wormwood.
What?
Wormwood.
Wormwood? Holy shit. It's something I've never ever tried.
Oh, I spelled it wrong. Absinthe. It's an overproof liquor, meaning that the spirit, whose alcohol by volume is over 50%, and it is made from medicinal and culinary herbs, plants, and flowers, steeped in high-proof spirits.
Holy fuck, so what does it fucking taste like then?
Anise flavored.
Aniseed.
Yeah.
That's disgusting.
Like licorice.
That's so wrong.
No, there's nothing wrong with that.
That's no. No.
Oh, delicious.
Get the fuck out of here. Fucking aniseed. That's disgusting. That's so wrong.
It's a white grape spirit.
That's like what we've got over here. It's called Pernod. I don't know if you've got over there. It's Pernod, and it's pure aniseed alcoholic drink, and it's fucking rank. It's disgusting.
Oh yeah.
What could you actually make with that? Because the flavor will be so overpowering. Aniseed will just take. You can't mix anything with aniseed. It's so strong. You can just taste it through anything. You can eat dog shit.
You ever drink
aniseed.
Jägermeister?
Yes, I've had Jaeger bombs. Yes, but it wasn't as bad as. Oh no, hell no, nah.
That's the same path. Two different towns, but it's the same path.
Oh no, Jaeger bombs. I wasn't really a fan of that. No.
Why? What's wrong with Jaeger bombs? I mean, I prefer cherry bombs over Jaeger bombs, but
Didn't get us wrong. I'd like a Jaeger bomb, but we mix it with Red Bull, and we'll have a shot of Jaeger bomb Red Bull. So the Red Bull takes all that disgusting taste away. But Jägermeister on its own is absolutely rank. Oh no, you can't vape that, please.
black currant makes it taste licorice.
No, you can't. No, you can't vape that. Nah.
What do you mean you can't vape that? Of course you can. It's got to be better than musk.
Well, yeah, I'd draw the line. Yeah, I didn't. That's a hard decision. That's a fucking hard decision.
I know what's going in your Christmas package.
No.
500 mils of musk.
No. I will do the old Elvis Presley. Return to sender. That's what will be happening.
Oh, man.
God, don't get me wrong, I'm open-minded, but there's some flavors, no, you just can't vape. Really? Come on.
Sure you can.
Can it vape aniseed, man? That's bad shit. It is such. How are you going to mix aniseed? Because aniseed is such a strong flavor, it'll wipe anything else you put in it out. It will just totally fucking wipe it out. If it is pure aniseed.
I can't play that music.
That's a good thing, because this is wildly strong. You know, if I my Mrs. T's snickerdoodle cookie, if I get a little bit on my finger, and I'll lick it off, right? Well, this stuff, I got some on my finger before. I ran to the sink, and I had to wash off because it's brutal. It's try to describe this. I can't believe I'm going to smell
crab juice.
No way. Crab. Oh my God.
I can't believe it's only got 38,000 views.
Crab juice. Actual crab juice.
Why do you think he opened up the video?
Crab. Oh my Lord.
He was making fun of the deadliest catch.
Oh my Lord. No. That's wrong. Nah.
Yep. Had a Time Bandit shirt on and everything.
Holy moly.
I got my Captain Phil shirt. But he legit reviewed.
Crab. Exactly. Look, he's got a fucking mask on. Holy fuck. Crab. Oh my.
Does that make you some crab juice for Christmas?
No, thank you. You're quite welcome. You can keep.
You'd rather have squid.
No. If anything, lobster. You know, I'm a bit of a connoisseur. Like,
nothing wrong with lobster.
Nah. Come on, you must see in your head that there's just some stuff that you just can't vape. Come on. There's just some stuff you just know.
You could make some funky stuff.
No. But you would.
Come on, you guys.
You would just
give him an idea of what he should try vaping. What kind of flavor?
Well, certainly not fucking crab. No, certainly not crab. Jesus. Fucking hell.
We talked about that last week. You were like, you want some halibut? Some fish and chips? E-liquid?
I'd rather have that than crab. A green dragon. Enlighten me, Dusty Country Road. What's a green dragon? Because it'd be something horrible. I can guarantee it. You're talking. Aniseed's such a potent flavour. There's nothing much you could put into it. I don't understand. Nah. Come on, what could you actually mix with aniseed apart from aniseed flavour? It's just such a strong flavour. It wouldn't work, man.
Green Dragon is Dusty's recipe.
Okay. What we got? Well, there's super sweet and fucking custard, so that's a plus. That's a pro. Vanilla sweet, just some sweet there.
Look, there's the absinthe.
Take that one out and be absolute champion.
Absinthe, yellow cake, extreme ice.
What's the percentage?
A little bit of super sweet, some vanilla custard,
absinthe. 4%.
And some whipped cream.
4%. 4% absinthe. So you're trying to make a creamy fucking nah. That's not gonna work. There's no way that flavor would be so strong. There's just, especially for it wouldn't happen.
DCR Green Dragon.
Dean goes wrong. Just for the hell's sake, I'll try it. But
Blue
Aniseed
Phoenix
is one badass flavor. Aniseed is a badass flavor.
Bavarian Cream, extra blueberry from TPA, wild blueberry from TPA, creamy vanilla, dragon fruit, and grape juice.
I can remember we used to get this sweet called aniseed balls, right? They were like a fucking hard candy, like a gobstopper. You know, you pour it in, you just suck and suck and suck, and it lasts forever. But the fucking flavour would never leave your mouth for a fortnight. Everything tasted like aniseed for 2 weeks. It was that. Oh no. I kind of like aniseed, but it's just too strong. It just kills everything. So how you can put that in the juice without it killing everything, I'll never know. I just don't know. Like I say, when I had Pernod, which is an aniseed liqueur alcoholic drink, right? And I drank a bottle of Pernod and I puked like a billy goat for a week. It was absolutely bad. I puked for a week after drinking that. It was disgusting.
This looks like a pretty good recipe for some apple juice. Country apple's a very good apple flavor. Don't think, no, Vape Train Australia, I don't have their apple. But I could substitute out Flavors apple. It'd be pretty close. And right pear.
enlighten me. What are those flavors highlighted in red mean? Are they like dodgy flavors?
Those are the ones
or-
I don't have. See on the bottom it says you're missing ingredients.
I've got you. And it highlights what you don't have. Got you. Oh, that was
Yeah, and I
like
can click on that and it'll highlight the ones I don't have. So if
Yeah,
I wanted
like
to
some dodgy-
place an order, I can go, I can copy and paste these into a sheet and save it for my next time I order from them.
Got you. I just thought of something bad there for a moment. That's all.
What were you thinking bad?
Yeah, like these flavors contain acid.
No, but if you do want to take a look at the flavor list, you can scroll down through the flavor list and it'll show you the ones that are bad for you. They have an asterisk next to it.
I got you. Oh well, don't let the anti-vaping group see them. They'll fucking jump on them with a ton of bricks. Fuck me.
There you go. TPA's peach, juicy peach is one of those examples.
It's got like a yellow, yeah.
Contains acetoin,
Got you.
diacetyl acetoin, and acetylpropylene. I think are the three.
It's a warning. It's a warning, but again, in a small percentage, would that actually harm you?
There's no way of knowing for sure. So by due diligence, they let you know that it's in there. If you choose not to put it in there, like this can't be in a commercial e-liquid in the UK or in Europe.
So it's a bit of a grey area, yeah.
Well, in Europe, it's not. They have it on the banned list.
Oh,
You're not allowed to
over
have
here it'll be-
DAP in your e-liquids for commercial sale
Yeah, over here it'll be like no.
because they don't know at the concentration that you're using it whether it actually will cause harm. But that particular chemical has been linked to a problem that they're trying to protect you from.
Got ya. Which is fair enough, yeah. It's a good thing to know.
But take a look at the number of recipes that still have it in there.
There's quite a few there, isn't there?
73,015 recipes still use this, even though it might potentially cause you problems down the road.
Holy fuck. Yeah.
Because at the
It's
quantity
like
that
either
it's in your recipe and the quantity that you use it, and the fact that once you get into DIY, you end up like mixing up your recipes and constantly trying new stuff. How much of it are you consuming? I'll tell you
That's the
something.
thing is
I got
quantity,
this
yeah.
new desk right behind me, right? This desk is constantly releasing volatile organic chemicals. Formaldehyde. You open this drawer, you can smell it. That's causing me more harm than the flavorings in my e-liquid.
Formaldehyde, I mean, my wife works in the funeral industry, so I know how bad formaldehyde can be for you.
It's a naturally occurring chemical. Decomposition causes it to be released. It's in our blood. We have
It's
formaldehyde
suspicious
already in
because-
our blood.
Believe it or not, right? There's a guy she knows who does the embalming in the funeral industry. You know how he gets rid of that taste? How he sucks lemons to get rid of it. That's how bad it is. When you're working with it in house, he sucks lemons while he's doing his business.
When I ran
that?
ambulance, I used to carry a little jar of Vicks Vapor Rub in my gear or in my pocket.
Yeah, get on that. Yeah.
Because when you got called to somebody that passed away a long time ago and they've been in their home and out-of-state family just finally had a chance to go visit them and they found them obviously passed away. Well,
So you know firsthand. My wife comes in, she says you can smell. Death has a certain smell, and only if you deal with it, you know with it, and it's and it gets on your clothes and everything, your smells. For you understand that, don't you? Kind of. And the things these guys do to get rid of tastes, senses, and smells is unbelievable. You know, it's the nature of the job, isn't it? It's what you do for a living, so you pick these things up, don't you?
No, you kind of have to. It's part of your job.
Yeah. Sucking on a lemon apparently gets rid of the formaldehyde, so and you guys come across it, get yourself a lemon.
There you go.
Black licorice. Wow.
Black licorice ice cream.
It's got custard as well. There's a custard in it. Holy fuck. Now, I must say, I do like licorice to a point. I like Bassett's licorice all sorts, for example. I don't know if you get them over there, but they're licorice all sorts. But they're not a bitter licorice, they're a sweet licorice. I remember years ago we used to be able to buy licorice root and used to chew on licorice root. It was bitter, very harsh licorice, but the sweet licorice is not too bad. I can cope with that.
Well, I think it's time to roll the bumper. And let's make our random recipe.
Random recipe time. That gives me time to run up the stairs, sir. Roll it.
Kenny's fire alarm is going off. I need to mute him for a moment. There you go. Alrighty, so let's see what we can make today. What is Sherlock Holmes going to be able to find for us? And I need to re-enable the chat so your messages come across the screen. Awesome. So what are we going to make? Cactus and apple juice. Too simple.
I told you the smoke alarms began off the night, didn't I? I told you they would be.
Your alarm was going off, so I had to turn your audio off.
I told you it would be going off. They're actually in the hallway, but as soon as I open this door, weep, away they go, and I'm like, shit, I forgot to shut the door.
This is very interesting. Jack Punch.
What we
TPA
got?
dragon fruit, Hawaiian drink, jackfruit, and strawberry ripe.
Ooh.
I think that's pretty interesting.
That actually sounds quite nice, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Go
Let's
for it,
mix
mate.
that
If
one
you've
up
got the
for
flavours.
today.
Yeah, if you've got to go for it. Excuse me, I've just nicked a slice of pizza.
No worries, mate.
I'm fucking starving. But it could be worse. It could be crisps, and I could be crunching the mic all night. So
Your noise suppression is still enabled. I had to pull the reverb plug-in, but the rest of it's still working, and we're not crackling today.
That's awesome, man. Awesome.
The one cable I have here for the camera, though, is a little tweaky. Then again, it might be running past the transformer, so I can figure all that stuff out later. Otherwise, I think we're working pretty good today. Everything seems to be
you've done
sticking
really
with
well.
it.
Yeah.
Dragon fruit?
I'm totally impressed, mate. You've had your studio part, and you've still managed to get everything back for the stream. So I'm impressed, mate.
No sweetener.
If we're a little late, thank you, Vape and Bick, for coming in. He's had to go because he's got to go to bed.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you coming by. I'll definitely have to check out your channel afterwards.
Definitely will. $60 yeah, vapor alarm. Sorry, mate. My apologies. But, you know, that's the beauty of live stream. You can hear all the shit that goes on.
No censoring or filtering involved.
Not at all.
However, I do think I need to change the lighting in here. You're crooked. That's what the problem is.
I don't know. I like the cinematic look you've got. Like, you know, I think you could have a good role in the movie.
You know me. I'm all about automation.
I know, but I think you've got that look there. I don't know. I wonder if they make a new Santa Claus movie. You could be a cast for that.
Listen, this is where I wanted the cameras to be all the time. The camera angle's still not quite right, but, if we're just throwing it together yesterday, that's why I spent the day, rearranging the cameras and getting them actually positioned height and angled approximately where I wanted them. Then I had to go in OBS and change it so that when I turn to this overhead scene, it switches cameras automatically. But I think it turned out pretty good so far.
I know.
I'm excited for what it's going to be when it's finally complete.
Yeah, man. But speaking of OBS, once I get it back in, you'll have to go over some of the shit with us again, honestly.
Do what?
I'm saying when I get it installed again, you'll have to go over some of the shit again.
Oh, yeah. I'll give you a hand setting that thing up so that you can just sit down and record like I do.
Yeah, that's...
And the advantage to this is, like, you want to do a screen share, or like today, if your browser would have played it and mine doesn't, I could simply switch over. You could just push a button on OBS and it'll automatically go to the browser, and it'll have you and the browser on it, and then I just add my camera to that scene and you can share it.
That's what I mean. I mean to set this up properly so we can use it on both. We can both have it on. I need to get.
Yeah, and then when you want to mix something up, you got a one shot. You want to do the mixing the 1 week. You just push a button and you go to your webcam and your face cam.
To be honest, the thought crossed my mind when I first got this this Wasp Nano. I was thinking it was doing a dual retro vape, like your camera down doing yours and my camera down doing mine. And that's what I was thinking. But obviously OBS then shut itself. So I thought, you know what I mean?
It did mine too, but I've got a problem that I identified when I first tried to set the cameras up. I've got 3 webcams that are actually the same identical webcam. You even look at them, you can't tell them apart. If it isn't for the little sticker on the bottom, you wouldn't know who made what, right? And when you plug them into the computer, 2 of them come up and use the exact same driver, even call it the same. And it ends up crashing the computer. You get a blue screen failure. When you load back up and it restarts, the one camera is renamed by adding a 2.0 on the same exact name it was before.
Yeah.
And the third camera just automatically comes up as a different name.
It just seemed to happen after I updated DaVinci, and I don't know, because like I've noticed recently, like the video playback's been very laggy on this machine lately. I don't know why.
Did you install the latest video driver that came out from NVIDIA?
It's all in, the game drivers, everything. I update them all the time. But if I play a video in VLC, you'll have heard of VLC, it's a video player.
It's part of OBS.
Baby. Yeah, smooth. But if I use Windows, whatever media, it's choppy as hell. I'm like, why? I mean, it's got nothing to do with codecs, it just will not play it back.
Do I taste this without any sweetener in it, or do I just throw in?
Oh, you gotta have
I'm gonna
sweetener
add.
in it. Yeah, you gotta pop a bit of sweetener in.
There you go, 0.5%. All right, there's our recipe. Let's switch over and throw this together. Dragon fruit is 0.92.
Dragon fruit, remind me of that flavor. What does that taste like?
It is very unique. Jackfruit and dragon fruit is used to accentuate a lot of flavors.
Yeah.
And jackfruit is very distinct. It's like a tart apple.
Yeah. The dragon fruit's more like a background or that little Thai flavor.
It's an enhancer, and it ties a bunch of flavors together.
Yeah, got you.
Especially at only 3% compared to the other ingredients that are in there. I can't describe it. I have no frame of reference to tell somebody what it tastes like if you've never tasted dragon fruit.
It's one of them weird flavors, yeah.
Can dragon fruit grow with cheesecake and creams? Yes.
Oh.
It's not really going to add to it, but if you had another fruit in a cheesecake, adding dragon fruit at a slower percentage will help broaden the palate of that fruit that you added, like peaches or... All right, 0.92.
Jesus Christ. No, I forgot how good this stuff is. You know, I bloody love this stuff, this Scrumpy Jack. Scrumpy Jack is crafted using 100% locally grown British cider apples such as, hang on a minute, Dabernet and Chisel, Jersey, producing a superior taste crisp cider with a rich, I'll tell you what it is, they've nailed it with this, like it's absolutely beautiful. This would be amazing in the vape. Absolutely awesome in a vape.
It smells exactly like Hawaiian Punch.
Really?
It doesn't taste like it. It does not taste like it. It gives you the impression of Hawaiian Punch, but not the whole flavor profile.
I know, but you know, your Hawaiian Punch is unique. It's something you've crafted yourself. So, nobody's going to replicate it, are they?
They can if they want to.
Well, obviously with your recipe, but you know what I mean? No other kind of recipe can be replicated.
It wouldn't be cheap for somebody to do it, though, I'll tell you that, because of how many ingredients are in it. And having it imported from Australia.
Yeah, I can see where you're coming from with that one.
But you could do it if you wanted to.
Yeah, that's it.
I should just sell it as a one-shot. I hope I order some more of this. This is getting kind of low. I've legit gone through this whole 60 ml bottle.
There's an interesting I think you've already answered that one, but there you go. 60 watt guy has put
0.16.
Can dragon fruit go with cheesecake and creams? He's asking.
Yeah, I said that earlier that you can add it as a accent to broaden the palate on the fruits that you put in.
And Dusty County Road says it goes fantastic with strawberry.
Yes, it does. All right, jackfruit.
And obviously,
I made a jacked up grape.
60 watt guy says he always makes strawberry cheesecake and he wanted to try other fruits. So yeah, why not? Add it in, sir. Give it a go.
It reminiscent of apple, but it's jacked up. It got this funky sourness to it. All right, this one's in there at 5%, which is 1.56.
I mean, you can pretty much add a fruit to any kind of, like, I'd say, cream bakery or whatever. You know, you can have a fruit custard, you can have a fruit cheesecake. It just depends how far you push it, doesn't it?
You know what this jackfruit tastes like on the knuckle? It reminds me of like the reddish pit you would get from a peach.
Really?
I didn't get that the last time I tried it. And time for our secret sauce.
Shh. It's a secret. Shush. What are you going for? 3, 6, 9?
3.
3.
It's 0.93. Mrs. Hunky Vape, hello and welcome to the stream.
Hello, Mrs. H. How the hell are you? I hope you're keeping this guy in check.
I'm really looking forward to getting away with her this weekend. We're going to a Fleetwood Mac tribute.
Fleetwood Mac, wow. You see,
Fleetwood Mac tribute at a winery.
I was never a big fan of them, but I did like a few of their tracks. That's all I can say with them.
I didn't get into them as much as like Elton John and Billy Joel, but I really enjoyed their music.
Elton John? You like Elton John? Oh, no. Oh, come on. No.
Yeah.
Oh, my. No, 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 no. Please.
What, would you rather have Led Zeppelin and Metallica and Iron Maiden?
Yes, yes,
Aww,
yes, and
that's so sweet.
That's a triple yes, 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 yes.
How about Tom Sawyer?
Yes.
That's already going in your head. You can already hear it.
Yes, it's there. Elton John.
Some songs you can just never
honestly,
forget.
I was never a big fan of Elton John. I'm sorry. Nah. I remember the Sex Pistols took the piss over him. They went, Elton John, hair transplant. A truer word. Never been a fan of him. I'm sorry to like dampen your taste, but I've never been a fan of Elton John. Sorry.
Music is like flavors. Everybody likes a different one.
Well, I'm very surprised you like Elton John. I'm very surprised. I didn't think it was your genre, but I'm very surprised. You blew me away with
Any
that one.
80s music.
I like 80s, but I don't like him.
80s were filled with nothing but one-hit wonders.
Exactly.
Never heard of them again.
Elton John's a dinosaur. He's not dead yet. He's been around for years. He's like Paul McCartney.
And then you get into the 90s and you can have bands like Cranberry.
Yeah, no, but like I say, Elton John is like Paul McCartney. They're just leeching around. They're just rotting away and they're hanging around in the background. You know what I mean?
You don't like Paul McCartney?
Nah, can't stand
Really?
him. I detest the. You know the reason why I detest him, right? Because he is milking the fucking Beatles bullshit. You know what? He's milking it. You know, I can't stand the bloke. I hate him with a vengeance.
Kind of like the Dead Rabbit?
I cannot stand the bloke, honestly. I'd rather have the Dead Rabbit than Paul McCartney, trust us. Nah, not a fan of him. Because to me, the biggest laugh I had with him was when Michael Jackson bought all the Beatles rights. That I was jumping with joy when that was going, eat that one, you little so-and-so.
He did eat that one all the way to the bank.
Yeah, eat that one, you so-and-so. Michael Jackson just sold you out, you personally prick.
$26.5.
I mean, you think about Ringo Starr. He's the only other surviving Beatle. Do you ever hear of him blabbing on about the Beatles? No. Paul McCartney, on the hand, oh, Beatle. Should call the fucker Beetlejuice. That's what we should call him, Beetlejuice.
All right, so what do you think of Phil Collins?
I love Phil Collins, brilliant. I like Genesis.
So what's the difference between Phil Collins and Paul McCartney?
Phil Collins is a genius, Paul McCartney isn't.
Dog's Day, hello and welcome to the stream.
Hello, Dog's Day. I do like the Beatles music. That's the thing. I do like a bit of the Beatles music, but I don't like him because he's milked it. He's milking the brand. To me, John Lennon made the Beatles. He didn't. John Lennon made them. He was the writer. He was the man who had the brains.
Well, he didn't milk them like you milk strawberries.
Exactly. There you go. I rest my case. I rest my case. So,
public service announcement for today.
Anti-vaping propaganda is brain poison. Yeah, it really is.
Stay away from it.
Oh, you've got an answer for everything, you bugger, haven't you?
Yeah, well, I'm going to have to old school it today. Because I didn't hook up the printer, the label printer.
Oh, my God. Oh, we're going the old tape, eh? Masking tape as well. I like your choice there. Could be worse. I write on a bit of paper and hide a bit of sellotape over the top. Like, hang on, not like that. There you go. That's my labeling expertise. A bit of paper wrapped round in sellotape.
I think they should give you an honorary doctorate in something. Because that looks like a doctor wrote that.
It's surgical, mate. I'm telling you, there's a lot goes into that. A lot of thought. And delicate intricacies and surgery that goes into that. You've got to cut that paper to the correct size and make sure you write your label to the correct, shall we say, proportions. Oh, there's a lot goes into that, mate. Oh, what's he lost? After all that organisation, you've lost something.
Well, I didn't get a build stand out.
Oh, that's if you can find one. You've lost it, haven't you? Yeah. It's all in that clutter that you have. I'm not going to say what I am. Smart ass. That's all I'm going to say.
You don't have the overhead camera here, so you can't see how much this tank is leaking all over the frickin' place.
Oh my god. That's not good. I've just over dripped this thing and it's pissing out.
Look. I legit had to wipe that off. Because it was coated in crap.
I've just over dripped this fucking nano thing and it's fucking choking it out. And I can see it, it's swirling around in the bottom.
Ugh.
I need to vape this shit to get rid of the excess.
Yuck.
I'll tell you what I'll do for you, sir, right? I'll get you one of these for your Christmas box. There you go. I'll get you one of these.
Ah, thank you, sir.
Leave it with me. Leave it with me. I'll get that. It's a long wait, but you'll enjoy it. It'll be worth the wait.
And that can't be as long as a wait as a lot of these things are that are still, you know, unopened in my box.
Plus, on the other point, I'll probably get it cheaper than what you can.
Oh, I'm sure that's true.
Excuse me. Fucking chest. I do apologise, guys, for I'm a bit croaky today because, like I say, in the UK we've had like a lot of rain, and obviously my job means you're outdoors a lot, so I think I'm getting a bit of a chill off all that rain. So I can feel my voice is a bit hoarse. I don't know if you guys can hear, but I feel my voice is a little bit hoarse.
Well, at least your horse doesn't have a voice.
Well, there's that, like. It's a different point of view looking at it. I'd rather have the horse with no voice than have a horsey voice. That's the problem.
Guess what I did find, though?
The Doom! Way! The original Doom. Hallelujah, sir.
I was just thinking about it because I pulled off some of that Muji organic cotton.
Have you, while you've been, there's a question. While you've been doing your studio, have you found stuff that you knew you'd have had? Have you found
Not really.
No, really? Wow. You must be.
I found a couple O-rings underneath the desk that I knew I lost, but I wasn't going to chase after because my fat ass crawling on the floor is an ugly sight. And I don't have one of them buttons you can wear to, you know, I've fallen and I can't get my ass up.
Oh my God. Hey, mate, don't put yourself down so much, mate. Honestly, you're fine.
I'm a realist. I would rather have the real, honest to goodness truth told to me 24/7 than to have somebody blow sunshine up my ass or not tell me that, you know, you got something on your face. I'd rather clean the stuff off my face off than feel good about whatever's going on.
At the end of the day, if you don't give a fuck, nobody else does, mate. Honestly.
Oh, I don't let it get me down.
Nah.
0.66.
Ooh, fucking hell.
That's a Farfignugan high value.
That's a weird one. I've never seen that one before. 0.6. What coil you got in there?
It's supposed to be a 0.45.
Whoa.
It's BP mods. I wrapped that myself.
Interesting. That your mod might show different. See what your mod picks up and does.
0.43.
That's a massive difference, isn't it?
Sure is.
Which is more accurate, though?
The DNA reference mod, obviously.
Which one would you trust, the BP or the DNA?
The DNA. Then again, that had juice all over it, remember? I just got them cleaning it off.
That's correct.
So
yeah.
that would explain why it's having a funky reading.
The juice will just go, what the fuck?
I'm not blaming Bruce for it.
No. Honestly, I love the one I got from him. It's absolutely brilliant. Can't knock it. It'd be the best one I've had ever.
Ooh, look at that.
Holy shit, that's chucking some shit out there.
And that is at 44 watts.
What RDA you got on top of there, just for the folks out there?
The Bushido V3.
I cannot
That
get my
would be
hands on. Notice
a flip top dripper.
I have hunted high and low for Bushido, and I cannot get one at this moment in time. They're like hen's
They were
teeth.
hard to find.
They are. They are like hen's teeth. Ah, that was a nice comment there. Look, just look at that. I like that. There you go. Is that a nice comment? Stuffed peppers and fried cabbage for today in the garden is rocking it with this year. Isn't that cool?
That sounds freaking delicious. Stuffed peppers and fried cabbage. My wife made us fried cabbage with kielbasa and pierogies.
I've never ever had fried cabbage. Never. Boiled cabbage? Yes. So what do you do? Do you boil it first then fry it? Or you just fry it?
You can fry it slowly in butter.
Got you.
It takes a long time to cook it down. If you want to speed it up, you could boil it, cut it up, and then fry it.
Ooh, very interesting. I've never had fried cabbage. I'll have to try that one.
Have you had cabbage and noodles?
No. Noodles?
Oh, I love cabbage and noodles.
Noodles?
It's just fried cabbage with noodles. Yeah.
No way.
Yeah, my wife makes
Holy
it.
shit.
I love it.
Wow.
There's absolutely no bitterness to the cabbage at all. It's like when you make stuffed cabbage, how it's completely cooked down. Now, granted, stuffed cabbage is sitting in tomato sauce, so it absorbs some of that as it cooks. But fried cabbage absorbs the butter.
Tomato sauce and cabbage.
Yeah.
Holy fuck.
When you make a stuffed cabbage in Hungarian, it's sitting in a big pan. You roll all of the stuffed cabbage up and you rack it inside of the pan. And then you take tomato juice and dump it over top of it, just enough to cover it. And you put it in the oven for like 2 hours to cook it.
Oh, yeah. I bet that's fucking nice.
Oh, it's fucking fantastic. Unfortunately, my mother's, got diabetes and taking all these medicines, and she's not allowed to have any salt, whatever. She doesn't make it like she used to.
Holy shit, man. That's not fair.
Something that I never got over. You know how they tell you food safety? You got to not touch your food and keep your meat, separate until it's cooked. Listen, when my mother and my godmother, actually it was my sister's brother and sister's godmother, would make stuffed cabbage for the holiday season, they would always mix up the meat and taste it raw.
Yeah, man.
That's how you knew if it had enough salt and pepper and seasoning.
It's really deep. You get your hands in, you mix it with your hands. That's, like you
Oh,
get
yeah.
in there and mix it.
I got a big stainless steel bowl. It's like 3 feet round that we used to make it in.
Wow.
Yep, and you'd get one of those big slow cookers you put on the counter and plug it in the wall. You could cook it in that if you didn't want to, heat the oven up and run the oven for a couple hours.
Well, I was watching a few American recipes. Oh, this thing's come with battery low again. Come on. And it was
Well, 4 hours. It's very consistent.
It was American style hash browns. My God, this guy had done a hash brown omelette. Oh my God, that looks so fucking good.
I'm gonna check something here.
Hash brown omelette. Have you ever had a hash brown omelette? Oh, it looks so good.
No, but it sounds fantastic.
Oh, it did. Lots of cheese, lots of onion, lots of pepper. rolled up with a bit of air. Oh, looked out of this world. On a hot plate, like they do a lot of the like your fast food restaurants, so a big, massive hot plate. But I suppose you could do it in a frying pan. Oh, dusty, dusty, dusty. What? Oh shit! Oh wait, click Ken. There you go. Look at
Cabbage
Dusty,
rolls, stuffed with.
You make. God. Oh, you make me so hungry.
Yep.
Cheddar cheese. Oh my god. Oh,
You want to know?
hell.
You want to learn how to make some Hungarian food?
Oh hell no. Oh no. Oh come on. No. You can't be doing this to me. I'm so fucking hungry right now. Holy shit. Sherry Sungari.
Anyuka, it says her mother's potato water soup.
Oh my god, that looks heaven. Oh my god, that looks so good.
Potato water, you know, you take it for granted. You cook the potatoes, you boil your potatoes, and you throw the water away. Did you ever think about making soup out of it? Because of the starch that's released by the potatoes?
I mean, I used to like, you know, like when you boil cabbage, you know, the cabbage water. I used to like drinking cabbage water with pepper in it, black pepper in it. Fucking gorgeous. Oh, it's something I'll have to look into because it's very simple but good food, isn't it? Hungarian food. It's simple but not, you know, it's not extravagant.
Yeah, well, if you're trying to avoid fat, I wouldn't suggest you try Hungarian food.
Oh, well, of course not, but hell yeah, I'm not. You're joking, aren't you? Right. Fucking not phones, mate. My battery's low. There we go. I've got you. My backup. Oh man, look at that bad lad, man.
There's your cabbage.
Oh yes.
Boil it, and as you're boiling it, you remove each of the leaves. Then you go and you mix up the rice and the beef. Add your seasoning for your onions and your garlic, salt, and pepper.
Oh my god, that looks so good.
Mix it all together. Throw an egg in there.
Get your hands in there. That's what it's all about.
And you keep mixing it and keep mixing it until it's even throughout the whole thing.
Oh my.
Then you roll the cabbage. Oh, and the ham hocks. Throw ham hocks in there. And then you layer everything inside of the pot. Throw some sauerkraut in there. Then put some kielbasa in there.
That looks so good.
Yep. And then you cover it in tomato sauce. Throw some leaves in there. And just let it cook.
That actually looks so good. Oh, yes. That looks really, really good. Ian will have to fucking check that out.
Tütet kapusta.
That looks really good.
Stuffed cabbage.
Stuffed cabbage, Hungarian style, yeah?
Yep.
Mm.
What else did they make? See if anything else reminds me of going up. Oh, modarte. Bird's milk soup.
Bird's milk soup.
Eggy soup with meringue on top. You love custard. I know you'd love that.
Oh, God, no. Holy fuck, that looks so good. You make me so bloody hungry now. I tell you, my stomach is doing somersaults. Feels like my bloody throat's being cut.
Paprikash chirka. Chicken paprikash.
Ooh. Gosh, I'm lovely now.
Look at that.
Holy fuck, that's nice.
And wait till you make the dumplings. The dumplings are so easy. It's just eggs and flour.
What's that? Paprika's chirka, yeah?
Paprikash chirka.
Oh,
Chirka
my
paprikash
Lord.
is how they have it titled here.
That looks fucking so good. There's a dumpling in there, yeah?
Yeah, you put it on top of dumplings.
Mm.
I don't know why YouTube is so slow. See, when we're talking about food, it loaded.
Eventually.
There's the dumplings.
Ah.
See, the ads play just fine.
Yeah, see? Paprika chicken, juicy and spicy. Ooh.
Get your wife to make you this.
I'll make it myself then with the wife.
Oh, yeah.
That looks so good.
Last time we made that here, everybody, once the kids found out we were making it, they all came over.
It's paprika shirka.
Paprikash chirka. Chicken paprikash.
Ah. Let's see. H-I-R-K.
E. Chirka.
Okay. I've just put them in my history swap and just double check them.
Yep, Hungarians cook with lard.
Yeah. The thing is, right, we used to many moons ago, because when we used to make chips, what you call fries, but we used to make chips in lard. The difference in flavor is unbelievable.
Yep, sure is.
No, now you got your vegetable oils, your olive oils, but when you used to cook stuff in lard, the flavor. Okay, lard's like, that's such a bullshit, but the flavor, oh my God, was out of this world.
Hey, dummy, you're on a dripper. You got a fucking drip on it. Can't keep vaping it.
Paprika shirka. Very nice, sir. Very nice.
Mm-mm-mm.
I'm always game to try new stuff. Me with food, man. I love it.
Should do the same thing using beef.
Yeah. Because sometimes you get sick of the same stuff. You think, oh, yeah, I'll make a bolognese, yeah. Then I'll make a curry, yeah. Then I'll make a spag bol, yeah. You get sick of the same fucking shit, don't you? You know what I mean? Yeah, I've noticed that with a couple of people with add an actual tin of soup. I've seen somebody do a spaghetti bolognese and I've actually added a cream of tomato soup in with the recipe. Wow. Well, I like me food. I'm no sucker for that. I love food.
Is DIY as good as premium? It can be better than premium because you get to make it to your taste profile that you seek and want to find. You can go out and say, let's say you want even a simple apple juice, right? How many different commercial juices can you go out and buy that are apple juice? And you buy this one, it's like, well, that's all right. Oh, that one's all right. That one's all right. When you DIY, you can customize that flavor profile to be the exact kind of apple that you want it to be. You like Fuji or you like Washington, you like Granny Smith apples. DIY lets you make that apple juice any kind of apple you want it to be.
That is the beauty of DIY. Even a commercial liquid, if you want to do a DIY version of a commercial liquid, I bet you 10 to 1 the DIY version will wipe the floor with it. Because I will give you a classic example. I've done a recent review on the Regency line from Vegan Vic. This is the King. Right? I found with that, the peach is fantastic. It's a real fruit peach, but the creams and the custards are non-existent. The peach is just totally wiping everything out. On the other hand, Hunky Vape sent me the same juice, but DIY, just there last Christmas, and I keep this for special occasions. You see, I've kept it, and this is day and night compared to that, because you can mix this to how you like it. That's the difference, and it's a total night and day. Total night and day.
Yep, and the best part is that recipe is based on his recipe.
So it goes wrong. He's got the recipe out there. He's got the recipe out there. But the beauty of DIY, you can tweak it. If you don't want too much peach in, you can drop the peach back a bit and add a bit more. You know, that's the beauty of DIY. You can play about with it.
And the thing is, the longer this recipe sits, the better it tastes.
Oh.
Don't do this as a shake and vape because it'll taste like crap.
I've had that since. Would you send me that out Christmas?
Yeah.
It's absolutely outstanding. I don't want to vape. That's how good. I don't want to vape. It's that good. I want to keep it. I don't want to vape it.
Look, when I mix this, not only did you get it for Christmas, look when I actually mixed it.
You mix this, and the date is there. The 27th of the 11th last year. That's how long that's been sitting. Look at the color of it. It's fantastic.
There it is in the recipe.
And I've been dripping it in the nano. And, oh, wow. I can't stop. It's that good. It really is that good.
And there's only 11% flavoring in there.
It's absolutely outstanding. Okay, it's been standard 6 months, but for me it was worth the wait. It's brilliant. Oh. Oh my God. I'm in heaven, mate. I'm in heaven. Because the peach is there, but the creams are now coming through, and it's just, you've got that background. You've got the peach hit, but when the exhale, you've got the creams, and it's, oh, wow. Yeah. I'm not knocking that one. I thoroughly enjoy that one. Absolutely.
Now you need to do the same thing with his e-liquids. You bought that one. You don't like it. Put it in the closet. Come back to it in 6 months.
Like I said, I've been vaping that one because obviously it's open, but the other ones I've only just tested them when I've reviewed them, but I've never touched them since. So I'm letting them steep and steep and steep to see just what happens with them. That's what sometimes annoys me. Excuse me. That sometimes annoys me when you buy these like liquids from companies. To me, they should have had them steeping long enough for you to shake, vape, and enjoy them. But when it comes to the point where you buy them and you've got to leave them to steep again, it's just not on. You know, that's the point of buying them, so you can go and vape them straight away. But some of them you can't. You've got to let them steep.
Yep, especially during the vape apocalypse, there were so many companies that literally ran out of all the stock that they had. So what did they do? They just mixed as many as they could because they knew had a deadline for when they could when they had to stop selling, and they just kept churning it out. As many orders they got in, they sent it out. knowing all well that that was going to taste like shit for anybody that opened it up and tried to vape it right away.
Yeah. I see the companies that manufacture them, they need to give them that steep time before they sell them. That's my personal opinion.
It's like a tea.
Yeah.
You can't take tea bag and throw it in a thing of hot water for 20 seconds and expect to have a beautiful, flavorful tea that you can add cream or lemon and honey to. Whatever, you choose as your additions to it. You need to let that thing steep for a certain amount of time, and the longer you steep, the more potent that it gets.
I do get that sometimes you do have to allow a steep time after you've added your secret sauce. I understand that side of it, but theoretically the basics, that should already be steep before it should be sold.
Yeah, well, the thing we don't know, because we're not chemists, is certain ones of these flavorings, when they sit in there, they interact with each other.
Yeah.
And certain compounds break down, and certain flavorings are high in alcohol content because that's the base that they use to extract that flavor. And you need to give that alcohol time to evaporate out of that bottle. Some people try and push it and they'll like throw it in the microwave for 30 seconds and then take the cap off and let it sit there for an hour. And it'll steep off, the alcohol will evaporate out of it. But it's more than that.
Like you said, it's that kind where it's over steep, where it's been left too long, and obviously the flavors just fucking break down and you don't get anything, you know what I mean?
Plus you have the viscosity difference between the PG and the flavorings. That is the same PG based viscosity, but you're mixing it into vegetable glycerin. It takes time for that vegetable glycerin and that PG to reach equilibrium inside your bottle.
Exactly. That's your basic ingredient in an e-liquid, isn't it? They themselves have got to mix to it, like you said, equilibrium. Did I get that out? Equilibrium. Yeah, blah, blah. Too much alcohol. Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
There is a bit of science that goes into it, guys. That's all I'm saying.
Yep.
They go, you a month of steep. When you go to a shop, you buy a flavor, you don't want to leave the fucker for a month. You know what I mean? You want to fucking leave it.
No, but see, the thing is, a shop buys it from a distributor. That distributor buys it from the manufacturer. The manufacturer normally sits on an e-liquid until it's just about ready to be consumed. And then it goes to the distributor, and it might sit on a distributor's shelf for like 2 years before it goes to the shop.
I get that side of it. I do get that. I mean, but that steep time in it, that's fantastic. You want it to steep, but again, it can over steep as well.
And then there's some liquids out there that if you let them sit too long, they end up tasting like crap.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like that strawberry crunch bar that we made. You have to let that thing sit for like a good month. But after 6 months, it starts to actually degrade because it wasn't formulated for long-term shelf life. It was formulated for in-your-face, 100% representative of the flavor profile they were creating.
I mean, it is. I do get that. Manufacturers have got to try and find that balance. You know what I mean? Like the shelf life, steep time, and all that stuff before they can actually move it on, like you say, to a distributor, shop, whatever. It's a bit of a minefield. I do.
Some fruits dissipate over time, like strawberry is a good one for that.
Yeah.
The longer strawberry sits, the more it disappears in your recipe.
Yeah.
And creams and custards, they grow. They continue to grow over time. They get richer and richer as time goes on. And finding that point where they all cross to give you that flavor profile you expect, that's the part that makes DIY mixing impossible sometimes.
I mean, plus that creams and custard, I find the vape better at higher wattages as well. But I don't know why, but they just do.
But the thing is with DIY is when it was mixed and when it's going to be ready. And if you want to come back in 5 years and make that same fantastic flavor you had back then, you can do it because you documented when you mixed it and when you vaped it and when it tasted its best.
Yeah. But again, it's just trial and error. There's a bit of trial and error to it, isn't there? Got to be, isn't there?
Yeah. It's the next level of vaping. When you first vape, you just want to make sure you had something that tasted great so you didn't smoke. But once you've gotten past that and you've gotten past the hunt for, I need to find my all-day vape. I've had 2 different all-day vapes, and I'm now looking for my 4th one. Because this is my 3rd one. And I'm at the point now where it's like, okay, this is good, but I'm ready for a change-up.
Yeah. But you get that, though, don't you? You know, you get an all-day vape, you think, right, yeah, I'll try another something, and then something else comes along, you go, wow. You know what I mean? It's...
Definitely, if you want one that doesn't have any sweetness to it inherently, this is good. The jackfruit is up front in this, and this is one of those ones where the passion fruit is adding to the jackfruit, but broadening it towards the dragon fruit. Those are the 2 forefront flavors in this. I'm not getting any of the strawberry.
DIY mixing broadens your palate as well. You know, you find other tastes and other flavors that you thought you would never vape, but you enjoy. So, you know, it's part and parcel of the
Jackfruit is an ingredient I bought because somebody made jacked up grape on Wayne's show the one time, and he was doing a review on it. And I'm like, oh, that sounds interesting. I just want, out of curiosity purposes, order this flavor and try it out.
It's like we've touched on before. Like I say, that boot you have with flavors that go with each other. You know, if you can find that balance between different flavors and flavors that you would never think would go with other flavors, work. You know what I mean? And that's part of the fun.
I've brought this up a couple times. I was on Wendy Vape's live show on a Monday night the one time, and you know, they were asking me, what are you vaping on? I'm like, Mallory Gates butter pecan pie. And they're like, that's just a really simple butter pecan and crust, isn't it? I'm like, yeah, it's fucking fantastic. Shit ton of sweetness, but it's a simple flavor profile. You recognize the butter pecan, you recognize the crust, it's sweet. Nothing wrong with it.
But sometimes the simple recipes work better than the over-engineered recipes, you know? Where you get recipes that's got like 10 plus flavors in, and you're like, what the fuck, you know? But then you get a recipe with 4 or 5 flavors in, and you know exactly what you're vaping on, you know what I mean? It's weird.
Yeah.
Weird. Mallory Gates said, she'll not be getting when I put a peak in pie. Yeah, whatever rocks your boat. Wow. I am thoroughly enjoying that. I've got baked cheesecake inside the wrist. That's how I'm going to call it, and it's absolutely fantastic. The osseous, whatever they call it. Wow, that's good.
Trying to figure out what I would pair this with. I mean, by itself, it's not a bad flavor. It's unique, it's different, it's curious. But there's no sweetness to it, which is a nice change of pace from a lot of the ones we've been mixing.
Yeah, but would it benefit from adding sweetener?
Probably. But it's still kind of a singular note. You have to think of it like you'd think of music, right? You can listen to an artist a cappella, but it's always going to sound better if it's a duet or a trio or a quartet. Because you can get sick and tired of a singular note very easily. But if you have a barbershop quartet singing, you can listen to that one a lot longer than you can listen to some people sing individually.
Definitely. That's the way you're coming from, definitely.
But just like music, when you get into the sphere of DIY mixing, it's like music. You can have thousands upon thousands of musicians out there, but there's only a handful of music that you actually enjoy listening to. And out of that handful of music that you enjoy listening to, there's probably a smaller handful of artists that you truly enjoy and would listen to every day of your life. Same thing with mixing.
definitely. Oh, without a doubt. Definitely. Mallory Gator said, I'm a minimalist when it comes to some of my recipes. I want it to be as basic as I can so others can easily make it. Yeah. Why not?
Yep.
That's the point.
That's a very good piece of advice.
Yeah, that's the point.
If you're trying to make it for other people, don't make it with 15 ingredients. Because I don't care how good you think it tastes, most people won't think it tastes that good.
I think, like I say, here's the thing of like, there's mixing and then there's advanced vaping, just like there's vaping, more advanced vaping. You know, the kind of two categories run side by side, don't they? You know what I mean?
And man, is this Hawaiian Punch a great contrast to this Jack Grape.
I mean, a simple recipe might taste fantastic, but also a complex recipe may also taste fantastic. You know what I mean? It's just how far you want to push it, isn't it?
Yep. And what your preferences are. There's so many things like watermelon. You hate watermelon. You don't ever want to vape a watermelon. I could sneak it into a recipe and you might not notice it and it'll add to the palate of the recipe. But if it was forefront, you'd spot it right away and you'd be turned off by it.
Yeah. I think I see it. It was there in my face. I'm like, yuck. But it was in the background enhancing something else. You know, it wouldn't be a problem, would it?
Oh, we forgot to talk about this.
What's that, sir?
Twitter.
Oh,
the X show.
The X show, yeah.
Twitter users are joking that they're embarrassed by Elon Musk's new X logo, saying it looks like it belongs on a porn site.
But maybe he's pushing towards X-rated chat.
Listen, I've come across plenty of X-rated stuff on Twitter.
But yeah,
it's not as bad as some other platforms that are out there, but sex sells, always has. Doesn't matter what industry you're talking about. Cars,
always
technology.
Always will. Always has, always will.
Yeah, I just caught onto it. I'm like, rebranded it Monday. What the fuck? What is this X stuff? Did somebody hack Twitter? No.
He's getting a lot of backlash over it, like, because it was out in the news and here in the UK and thinking, why is he doing that shit? You know what I mean?
There it is.
I can see what he's trying to do. He's trying to maybe rebrand it to his kind of thing. But it was like years ago. I mean, this is totally off topic. Like Newcastle, my football team, right? The Newcastle United, right? Their football ground is known as St. James's Park, right? It's always been known as St. James's Park, right? That's what it is. It's the icon of the Northeast. And we had this guy who owned this, right? One of these people that bought out and owned it. And he, because his business was made in a sports shop, he owned Sports Direct. He tried to call it the Sports Direct Stadium, and it just got ousted. It just got, no, not happening. And it still remains to this day St. James's Park. And Twitter will always remain Twitter. I don't care what he tries to do, it will always remain Twitter. That's what people know. You know what I mean?
I think Facebook is going down the wrong path. They came out with this whole new Threads, and everybody's like, oh, you got to jump on Threads. No, thank you. From a computer security perspective, first off, it's not available on desktop, which is stupid. Second off, as soon as you install it on your phone, it has access to everything on your phone. All your messages, all your social media platforms, everything. And they're just data mining. They're trying to go for the short-term gain. They're not really trying to compete with Twitter, in my opinion.
Can I tell you something, right? Even though I've got like my Vape channel, I do not have a Facebook account anymore. I binned it.
Oh yeah, I've thought about it.
of all the bullshit that came through that I binned it. I was like, fuck, I don't need this.
Well, the thing that pissed me off is I tried to create a Hunky Vape Instagram page, and it was insta-banned because of the thumbnail I uploaded for that channel.
Yeah. Yes, I mean, it didn't do a great deal for me channel. I did have a vaping with the group. It didn't do a great deal, obviously, on me personally, but there's still fucking people in Facebook after for some reason it's a numbers game. They want there's so many friends. They want thousands of friends. And I sat there one day and I went, right, I'm going to go through my friends, because I sat there, I went, what are my friends list? Right, I went, don't know him, don't know her, don't know that person, don't know that person. Why am I friends with these people? And it was just, and it just dawned on us, it's just a fucking numbers game, you know? And I'm like, nah. And then, like, some of the posts that you used to get on your wall were like, oh my God, they'll do me head in. You're like, oh, look, I am having a cup of tea. I don't want to know if you're having a fucking cup of tea, you fucking stupid bastard. Fuck off. You know what I mean? That kind of shit. And I was like, nah, I've had enough. And I've just been
The part that pissed me off the most about Facebook is if you are friends with, let's say, 125 people, when you scroll through your thing, if all 125 people posted something yesterday, you won't see all 125 people.
No.
You might see
bullshit.
5.
Yeah.
That's it.
It was bullshit.
And it's
And
even
like,
gotten
you know,
worse now because now they keep suggesting groups that you should follow and look into. Why? Because, well, these
too
groups
much of that.
paid them to show you their page.
Yeah. It's crazy. No, I was getting like ads for like dating sites and shit, and I'm thinking, why am I getting these? And I click on it, it says, because you are of a certain age and you are in this country. What the fuck? That don't. Why? Not interested. It doesn't bother us. Honestly, I just got.
And then when you click, I'm not interested in this, because it keeps asking you, what do you think of
Yeah.
this? What do you think of this? Do you want to see more of these? No, go fuck yourself. I don't want to see any of this. I don't follow them. I don't even look at anything that's like that. Why you keep shoving it in my face?
Yeah.
Well, all you do is look at vape stuff, and we can't let you look at vape stuff. So let me suggest a million different things for you to look at, and maybe one of them will interest you. No, get out of here. That's not why I get on the platform.
But you know, my personal account, you know, I had me children as friends, and then you're getting like fucking shit with fucking dating and adult content. You're like, whoa, what? You know, my kids could see this shit, you know, and I'm like, no, fuck you.
Yeah.
And I've just binned it. I just go, well, and then you got these people like, look at me, I'm in Spain. Oh, guess what? I got home and I got burgled because you're posting you're on fucking holiday, you prick. What do you expect?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Fuck off. I just got sick. I just got sick of the bullshit that was coming through, and I thought, I don't really need this. Even on my vaping channel, I was getting bullshit through, and I'm like, fuck off. Social media is honestly, it's an evil in itself. I really do believe that. And that's why
You know what? This OBS altar would have probably done fantastic if the coils wouldn't have leaked. Because the flavor on it is actually pretty damn good for being 3 years old.
Is that actually leaking on you now, is it?
No. I'm just going based off of what other people said and knowing that 3 years ago, smock coils leaked all the time.
I'm just wondering if it's like a case where like when you put it down for a while and it just seeps through.
That's
and
probably
then
what
when
it
you pick
is.
It's like a bag of shit.
It can't
But that
stand
was-
even 1 degree of temperature change before it starts, you know, having pressure problems with the tank.
And that was the thing back in the day, you know what I mean? You know yourself, especially bottom airflow our days as well, you know, you used to, if I put it down, you pick it up and it's just fucking juice all over the place, you know what I mean?
Well, this recipe that we mix up today, if you like jackfruit, you'd like this e-liquid. But it's
that
definitely not an all-day vape.
Is that like a shake and vape? Is it okay as it is, or do you need to steep it?
all fruits. It'll take on a better flavor profile tomorrow because things will intermingle and they'll settle a little bit, and you'll get a more even flavor palette instead of these individual components. But I think that it needs more strawberry. The strawberry's in there just to kind of widen the fruit palette between the dragon fruit and the jackfruit.
Yeah. It's more there's a blend rather than a flavor.
It's all right.
It's so-so. We'll call it a so-so, yeah?
Yeah. It's a 3. It's not really my cup of tea, but it is a nice change of pace from, your typical super sweet stuff or your really juicy stuff like my Hawaiian Punch or...
Yeah. Nothing's going to beat that Hawaiian Punch for a while anyway, I don't think.
It's like every once in a while having some Indian food. Some nice spicy in-your-face flavor. But you couldn't eat that every single day.
No. God, no. It's nice as a one-off now and then, yeah.
And the thing is, when you DIY your own stuff, you can make a one-off every single day of your life. Just throw together a bunch of different things that you know that they should go together, but you may not get the percentages 100% right. But it is still going to be a delicious juice, and it costs you pennies on the dollar to make.
Yeah. I think the general fear of people doing DIY is obviously initial startup costs. I mean, that was always a fear for me because you look on some of the recipes and you say, "Oh, need this, need that." Then you go to buy them, you're thinking, that's like 50 quid, in flavors, and you're thinking, But you don't realize that 50 quid, you're not making that flavor once. You can make it 4, 5, 6 times. You know what I mean? If you so desire. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that $50 investment in flavorings is going to yield you $500 or more of e-liquid.
That's what I'm saying. It's quite, like I say, you think
it pays for itself.
50 quid, but I could go and buy 3, 4 bottles of premium e-liquid from a shop, and it would cost us 15 quid a fucking bottle. So it does balance itself out a bit.
Well, that's like you might want to complain about like this Mongrel or these other rebuildables that we have costing $50 or $60. But imagine if you would have bought a stock coil tank. Every time the coil goes, you got to throw another $5 at them.
It's an investment thing, isn't it? When you think about it, and it's going to save you money in the long run. It's like you say when you buy whatever device, and it's an expensive price, but you think, if it's something you like, it's worth investing in. You know what I mean? It'll be the same with DIY.
Yeah.
It's just
better than disposable.
Again, it's our initial cost. It's if you're giving up smoking and you're on disposables and you want to move on to something, it's our initial cost of a kit. Because I've noticed over the years, kits have now become more expensive as well. You can pay like, I don't know, £50-60 now for a sub-home kit, and then you've still got to buy coils for it on top of that. So, you know what I mean?
But compared to smoking, is way cheaper.
Well, without a doubt. It's
most places. I need to add most places because
I think it's that initial cost that kind of scares people a bit. Like, hang on a minute, I will 50 quid for that and buy 40 fags for that. Like, you know what I mean? 40 tabs now, but that 40 tabs is not going to be 40 tabs no more for your vape. That's the point. You know what I mean? But it's just making that leap in it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Which for me, I can guarantee you pays off in the long run. Vaping, right? Anybody out there, vaping only becomes expensive when you turn into a fucking hobby. That's when it's expensive. And you know that.
No.
Get the fact, you know it.
I don't know anything about that. Nothing.
Get to bollocks. Look at the fucking shit you've got there. That didn't cost you $5. bullshit.
But if you think about it, how much do you spend over the last, for me, it's been over 3 years, coming on 4 years now that I haven't smoked a cigarette. In the last 4 years, how much would I have spent on cigarettes that I'd light up and burn into the atmosphere?
I do get that. Yeah, the costs are totally black and white. I do get that. But, you know, depending on how much you push it, I mean, Christ, I've just paid fucking 55 quid for that fucking RDA, man. You know what I mean? It's not cheap. You know what I mean? I don't think it's... I think it's the initial cost. You know, you pulled out 50 quid for that RDA, but at the end of the day, that's 40 cigarettes, isn't it? You know what I mean? So
here's the question for you. When you smoke, did you buy it by the pack or by the carton?
Carton. It was cheaper.
Well, yeah.
I was paying...
So compared to a carton of cigarettes, how much is that RDA?
Now, about 4 quid cheaper. Carton of cigarettes now is way over the top. When I smoke cartons of cigarettes, you can get them for about... I could get 200. Lambert and Butler was the brand for 20 quid. And obviously, before the euro, when you went abroad, you could buy 200 fags for a fiver. I mean, I get to see how it's more expensive now, but I mean, a carton is, I think 200 fags now is about what, 50, 60, 70 quid now over here for legit ones.
You're probably looking at $80 here in the States. I can't tell you exactly because I can't tell you the last time I actually bought a carton of cigarettes.
But like I say, if you get the duty-frees, you can get them a bit cheaper, but not by a lot, because obviously the euro against the pound, they're pretty much neck and neck anyway. So you know.
When I started smoking, a pack of cigarettes was less than $1. Grandma's personal choice was less than $1.
When I started smoking, you could buy your packs of cigarettes in tens. You get 10 cigarettes, or you get 20 cigarettes. And for 10 cigarettes, before the decimalization, I could get 10 cigarettes for 37.5 pence. They were dirt cheap. I used when I was at school, right? I'm not gonna bullshit here, right? When I was at school, I used to get 50 pence a day off my mum and dad for my school dinner, right? Because I used to say, go and get yourself, instead of like having the traditional school dinners, because I didn't like them. So there's 50 pence a day to get your school dinner. Out of that 50 pence, I used to buy 10 Sovereign, which were the brand of cigarettes, for 37.5 pence. And for my lunch, I used to go to the local Freddie Bell's, like it was like what we would call a delicatessen shop now. And they would do you a banana stotty, which is like, you know, flat round bread, for 12 pence. So I would get myself 10 cigarettes, have my dinner for 50 pence a day. There you go. That's how cheap it was when I started smoking. I could feed myself and have 10 fags on the day, every day. Not a problem.
Not anymore.
Not now. Oh, not now. Jesus Christ.
Not anymore. In compliments of the FDA here in the States, it's going to continue to get even worse. Look at that. FDA compliant bottle.
Wow.
Big, massive warning label across the entire bottle. Nowhere is it found anywhere on there that it's better for you than lighting cigarettes on fire and breathing that in. And every single manufacturer has to have a tobacco product manufacturer number that has to be on the bottle.
I mean, honestly, where do you see it going now in America? I mean, it's kind of like, it's gone stagnant, hasn't it? It's a bit stale, you know, there's been bans this, bans that. We all hear about it, bans. But where
I see it going the same way Australia is. The FDA
Really?
hasn't authorized anybody anything. They claim 23 products are authorized. Bullshit. 3 products are authorized with different cartridges.
Yeah.
3 products out of millions, right? The American people aren't going to just stop vaping because the FDA doesn't authorize anything.
Yeah.
They're going to have
Do
a
you think-
massive black market. It's going to be just like Australia.
That's what I was thinking. Do you think it's going to be more a black market kind of product than what it will be a normal consumer product?
It's the same as cannabis used to be. When we were growing up, cannabis was illegal. Nowhere was it ever legalized. Matter of fact, it's a bad drug for you, and drugs are going to kill you, so just say no. Nancy Reagan's Just Say No campaign. And you know what the people that wanted to smoke cannabis did?
Smoked it more. Fuck you, I want to smoke it. That's kind of.
They want to smoke it, they're going to smoke it.
That's kind of the UK, isn't it? It's illegal here, but people just fucking smoke it. Fuck you. You know what I mean? Because basically, when you're caught, if it's not a substantial amount to prove you're dealing, you just get a slap on the fucking wrist. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Scott Merriman says he's got 3 dual battery mods and 3 single battery mods. Around 10 milliliter tanks and 8 milliliter direct to lung tanks. That's enough. Yeah. You don't have to get into the hobbyist aspect of things.
No. If you've got a device,
If you've got a
that works
device
for
you use on a regular basis when you're at home in the comfort of your home, and you've got a device you can use that you take to work and you take out when you're socializing or whatever, and you've got an alternate for each of those just for stylistic reasons, nothing wrong with that. You don't need any more. Maybe keep a new one around as a backup in case one of them dies. But
the only thing I would suggest to any vapor is get yourself a mechanical mod as a backup. Do your homework, but use the mech as a backup. Always have one as a backup.
that's why I have just one.
Yeah, that's all you need, just one. And there doesn't have to be a tube. You know, there's box mods out there. You know.
Oh yeah, you can get the box ones.
You know, there's the easy. This is a backup.
But this will never, ever go bad. Nuclear bomb goes off, as long as you can still get a battery to put in this, it still works.
It still works. And that's your backup. That's your basic. If anything went tits up, the band, everything, you've still got that device. It'll work.
And batteries are going to be available.
The LED works lamp. Oh, exactly.
Guess what it comes with?
Exactly.
An 18650 battery.
Well, I've got a what the fuck's it called? Holy shit, man! I've got loads of brain farts tonight, mate. My brain is not fucking functioning at all. Oh, come on, Ken! For God's sake, I'm gonna try and I've got a stabilizer on my camera. A stabilizer. You know, you put your camera on the top, blah blah blah. It's one of them. What the fuck? Come on, what's the name of it, man? Nah. You know, come on, you put your camera on the top of a stabilizer, you walk around and stabilize your camera. It's one of them.
The gyro thing.
Yeah. Mine comes with 4 18650 batteries. Oh, you think that's good, right? Oh, okay, I'm gonna be smart off. Check that bad boy out. That is.
Does it have an air pump? Pump up your tires.
That's a power pack, mate, for your phone, laptop,
Oh,
whatever. That is a power pack.
recharge your phone or.
Yeah, it's solar powered at the front. And guess what? Oh, the beauty of it, it's got a torch. Chair. That's, believe it or not, that's what I carry every fucking day at work to keep me battery, me phone charged. I've got this strapped to me.
Space Turtle, hello and welcome.
To keep my phone charged, I've got to walk around with this big brick to keep my phone charged all day.
How long does it take for that to charge on the sun? Space Turtle wants to know.
It's constantly charging. It's just constantly going. It's kind of constantly. It does a constant. It's not like a fast charge, like a trickle charge. If you know the kind of thing, it's constantly absorbing. I've never really tried it as such from being flat to actually charging to full from the daylight, but it kind of when I get it kind of trickle charges gradually up the sunlight. I don't think your sunlight will fully charge the battery. I think obviously you need to charge the battery through a power outlet, but I think the solar kind of thing is just like the top up, if you know what I mean. Just keeps it topped up rather than actually charging.
Here in the States, because of the PMTA requirements and stuff, these freaking batteries have a big warning on them now that says not for e-cigarette usage. It's the exact same battery that didn't have the warning label on it. And you can go into a vape shop and pay the money for a battery, but you're way cheaper and way better off ordering it from a battery store that just sells batteries. 18650 battery stores where I blast place my orders from. You can pick out any battery you want.
Fogstar is the big battery company in the UK. Fogstar, they are massive. They deal solely batteries.
But that's why Battery Mooch was so well known in the vaping community, because you needed to learn battery safety. You need to learn what the requirements of a battery are. Know Ohm's law to calculate what's the minimum amperage requirement from the batteries that you buy to put in your devices.
Well, again, he was calling these battery manufacturers out. You know, he was saying, like, you know, people are claiming it's a 30 amp. By the time he tested, it was only pushing out 20 amps. You know what I mean? So there's a lot of false claims.
Like that flashlight doesn't come with a high amperage battery. It's 18650, but it's only rated for 5 amps. So I can't take that battery and put it into my vape.
Yeah.
But I can take my vape batteries and put it into there.
Yeah.
So those are all considerations you need to have and understand.
At the end of the day, your vape batteries are heating a coil, which has got a resistance. So, you know, the science and the calculation comes with that, you know what I mean? But to power a torch or whatever, it's not really that important as such.
I'm quite impressed with how long this coil's lasted on this Smoant, the Pasito Mini. I was kind of harsh on them because of the fact that, you know, they gave you 3 power outputs and I couldn't tell the difference between them. But their coils actually last pretty good, as long as you tip it the right way.
Yeah.
Thought that was annoying.
You've got to get the juice going. There's a few mods like that. We've got to tip it the right way to get the juice going. There you go.
Yeah, but in today's day and age, you got to question why. Why would you design it to tip a certain way only?
The neck mod is the only mod I may have to purchase now. Yeah, it does not have to be expensive, mate. You can get... What's that one I've got? That plastic... Oh... It's been done off a fucking 3D printer, man. It's the Pulse. The Pulse. Pulse box mod. Cheapest chips. Perfect backup. Safest houses. Have a look.
I'll tell you one I would have loved to have gotten my hands on. The SQ.
SQ,
when Mike Vapes put out the clutch.
You still get that.
They quit making them.
You still get it. SQ Mini. Or the clutch. You get the SQ Mini or you get the clutch. SQ Mini's popular. I'll just put it up there. Fucking, there you go. SQ. I'll put the clutch. LUTC. Clutch.
It was bound to happen, mate.
Clutch mod.
What happens in a battle between stormtroopers and red shirts from Star Trek? The stormtroopers all miss, and the red shirts all die anyway.
You can still get the Clutch X18 mod, but still sitting at around 70 English pounds. It's still pretty pricey. So I don't know what that would work out US or whether it'd be more expensive US, but over the UK, there's the one there, 70 quid. Is there anything cheaper? I'm just having a quick look. Pro Clutch.
My V Pro is closed, but they clearanced it at $107.
Clutch is
it sold here for $150.
There's one here that's got 75 quid, so it's still a bit high in the price range, but still available.
The cheapest when it went to clearance from China was $72.66.
But you get stung for shipping though, didn't you? The SX Mini is... Whew, that's the EIO.
Yeehee, SX Mini high-end vape devices.
Evolution Vapes are doing the SX Mini Auto for $28.99.
The Yeehee SX Mini G Class is $140 in the States.
Holy shit. Really?
From Element.
So, golly.
200 watt box mod. Just the box mod, $140. And then on top of that, when you order from them, you're going to have to pay the 40% wholesale price tax for Pennsylvania. You're going to have to pay an $8 signature, adult signature fee. And the final cost of that is probably going to be about $200.
Fucking hell. Let's have a look. Vape 101, the version 2. The SX Mini G Class version 2 is £130 English.
So it's about the same price.
Yeah.
Transferred £130 to $150.
But shipping will be a hell of a lot cheaper. Because a lot of these companies are UK based.
Yeah.
But I've got the G Class 2. I mean, that's what I can understand. The G Class 2, that only costs 100 quid brand new. Because everybody complained about the original G Class cost like 200 quid. And then that's the G Class 2. That was only just 120, I think it was 129 quid I paid for that. You know, so...
That's like my Stabwood mod. The picture that's behind the logo.
Yeah.
Up on the screen. Right there. I bought that as a clearance from China.
I've always fancied the clutch, but
Ultrona Gaia.
The Gaia. I had a Stabwood one, but it died. I've still got the body, but all the guts is gone.
Yeah. I love that thing. That's got the best, clearest, most colorful display I own.
Oh, it was mint. I loved it.
But it was so simple.
Whatever reason, the whole lot just died. The display went, and it just wouldn't fire. Yeah, I've still got the Stabwood body. I take the green one, the green Stabwood. Beautiful color, and I was absolutely fucking devastated.
Well, it's like my Dovepo Odin. You could buy that one with a DNA board already in it. But I'm like, you know what? You're going to be paying $200 just for a DNA board Dovepo Odin. So I'm going to buy just the Odin without the DNA board in it, with Dovepo's board in it. And then I went to DNA and just ordered a board. So when the Dovepo board goes bad, I got a board I can swap in there and use it for another 10 years.
It's the same with the version 2. There's a version 2 with the ordinary board, and there's a version, obviously, with the DNA board. But sometimes, I mean, I've found with the, the top side Squanger.
Yeah.
I thought the board that it came with was better than the fucking mini board, the Yee board. It was just a much better vape.
The dog's like, dude, you've been at this for 5 hours. Are you going to call it quits or what are you doing?
Just getting warmed up, mate.
Come on. My little ET. Come on. I know, I yell at you all the time not to jump on people. Come on, say hi to Mama. Mama watching the stream.
My pooch is outside. He's a bugger.
All right. Well, with that, I think we're going to call it quits for today. I really appreciate all of you guys sticking out for a nice long 5-hour stream again. We did it pretty well. I don't think there's any real hiccups to speak of.
I don't know how we do it sometimes. I really don't.
I mean, other than the prohibition that we weren't allowed to watch YouTube on our YouTube stream. Still don't understand why that's going on.
YouTube, I'm just little glitches at you, mate.
Listen, you aren't the only one that's going 5 hours for real.
Yeah, yes. Average, innit? It's average for us.
It goes so fast. We're just two old ladies having a chat.
I think, it's not that one. We've got so much to talk about. We'll keep it interesting, and there's lots of topics to talk about. So what the fuck, you know what I mean? It takes as long as it takes, in my eyes, you know what I mean?
We just wung it today. We didn't have anything prepared whatsoever. I saw a couple things on Twitter I wanted to talk about, but other than that, I mean...
It's like you say when you were guesting last week on a UK show, you're like an hour and you're like, what the fuck was that? You know what I mean?
What was that? I blinked a couple times and it was over.
That's what I'm saying. That's the average. That is the average fucking time for a UK fucking live vape show. But now you're like, what? Really? What the fuck? I mean, even when we done bargain vapes, what average time was 2.5 hours. You honestly, an hour for me is nah. You kind of do an hour.
Nah, it's too quick.
It's just, you just kind of, especially with a lot of talk about, you kind of cram it in, man. It's just like fuck off.
And to be honest with you, I'd probably sit here and keep chatting with you for another hour or so, but I gotta go cut the grass.
Well, this is it. I better go to bed. I better go to work.
It's 10 o'clock. You need to hit the bed.
You need to get some food and hit the sack, as they say.
Exactly.
No, honestly, I love it, me. I don't care if it's 1 hour, 2 hour, 5 hours, fucking 10 hours. I don't care. I totally enjoy it.
Yeah, I'm the same way.
I don't care. As long as we're having fun, I'm a bit crack. The company's fantastic. What more do you want, man? What more do you want? You know what I mean?
Hey, Amazon's not going to have the rest of the stuff I need to finish this studio until tomorrow anyway, so I'm going to go be productive. Maybe throw a couple load of laundry in for the old wife, make her happy.
I'm sorry I don't live in the US, so I can't fucking help you out there, mate.
See, that would be dangerous, man. If you lived around here, we'd never get anything done. We'd be sitting here chatting every freaking day about who knows what.
I'd be buzzing the phone. Are you going to do any deliveries or what? Well, I'm trying. I'll just save it to last, mate. That would be the best bet. That one. We'll save him to last because I'll be there all day.
Hey, you never know. Maybe one of these days I'll get over to the UK vape show.
You never know, mate.
We'll have a meetup in London or wherever that's going to be at.
You never know. Yeah, you never know. I might fly out to the US one day. You never know. You never know, mate.
Yeah.
Funny things can happen. I could win the lottery and I'll buy a house over there. There you go. Be neighbours.
No, I'm going over there. I'd rather live over there under NHS than live over here.
I think that would be a better idea. I don't want to live in America with a vapors. No.
Although you can come over here and hang out and have some cannabis.
Yeah, well, that's a thought, isn't it? But then again, we've got the Netherlands for that, so that's really close to again. You got to go out and get stoned.
Yeah.
The Netherlands.
We can drive down to Virginia and buy, some seeds and grow our own. They legalized it for growing your own in Virginia.
Holy moly. Holy shit. Scary, isn't it? Absolutely scary.
Yep. Well, ladies and gentlemen, my wish is always peace, love, and a hunky vape to end cigarette combustion. I will see you all same time, same place next week. Hopefully the studio will be done by then.
As always, you guys in chat, thank you very much for joining this. Absolutely brilliant. You know, there's new and old faces popping in. You know, if you're sitting there on the side, just ghosting, come on in, man. We're not gonna bite. Just get in there, have a bit of crack. As always, you know, we're just a chilled out pair of guys. We don't give a toss. You know what I mean? But anyway, again, thank you all, one and all, for joining us. Thank you again, Alex, for putting up for me, as always. Please do us all a little favor by hitting that thumbs up button. You know, it helps the old YouTube analytics for what it's worth, but it helps us out. And as always, guys, till next week, stay safe, vape safe. We'll all see you very soon. You take care now. Bye-bye.
See you guys.
Thanks for listening. We'll be back next week again for a fresh round.